go, they can do that. But due to the lack of experience of this pride, they cannot able to do that. It's unbelievable to see this kind of thing. It might be this pride to grow up in the area with, without seeing buffaloes and hunting buffalo in the area. A pride that grow up in the area with buffalo activity and learn how to survive hunting buffalo would have their way of really try to even hunt one of the buffalo. I was so shocked to see this kind of a behavior. I was thinking it's less buffalo. There will be very good interaction of the pride trying to bring down one of the sub-adult buffalo within the structure of the buffalo. But it tends to be like the buffaloes say, we're gonna hunt within these lion pride and make sure that we destroy or paralyze one of them or kill one of them. They keep grunting. They're not far from here. That shows that they cannot leave the area if the lions are here. You can hear the male. There's one old male. Look like he's got a wound on the side. Very lovely. I think it was wonderful. I'd like also, comment on that. It's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful morning on the second of the 2023. It's such amazing. It looked like the year to flow like this. It will be so amazing to see and collect all these kind of beautiful sighting over a year. Unbelievable. It's something that I've learned today, specific coming here at Pride Land from the buffalo and the lions. It's something that really is my first time to see that the buffalo can really even hunt a lion, running straight direct to the lion without even fearing, without even imagining that lion can turn and hunt them. This is very strange. I've been grew up in the area with quite a lot of lions population, and the buffalo population is very high. But to tend to see this, it tells me that these buffalo, they've been here for a while, and it's not the first time, of course, to be. But the lion, of course, they are not experienced hunting the the buffalo, and the buffalo stand a chance to chase the lion because it's something that they never ever exposing themselves with the danger of a lion. A lion today, you can chase it tomorrow, can bring you down. It is more powerful animal here. I believe these females, if they can do it, they can bring the buffalo down easily if they want it. But especially if these buffalo, they're coming from the other side. You see, they keep coming close to the buffalo, to the lions. If you can, I believe these guys, they'll show us something here because there's a two males coming behind the bushes, and they are really getting close. I'm very afraid if they tend to surround the lions, more especially with the condition of the cubs. It looks like they're not in position to defend themselves. It can be something happen here. I've seen quite a lot in sand. Black, dark mane. He was also once at the stage. They were hunting buffalo. Buffalo have really pay price or fighting back with that particular male while he was still uh, a middle-aged male, and he get injured on the right front feet from the buffalo. Buffalo can really fight strongly, and they can kill a lion easily. I've seen a post somewhere. I don't know whether it's still alive, but look like they've destroyed him. The buffalo destroyed him. Anything that is weak in an ecosystem, you'll be selected. So it's only survival of the fittest here. If you're not fit, but you can tell that even in this scenario here, the buffalo are a lot more fitter than the lions. That's the reason they can able to drive the lion out. If the lions are stronger, they were supposed to really fight back to the buffalo. It was a lovely morning. Of course, we really enjoyed different locations of Wild F Safari Life. There was something happening. And of course, mating elephant is something that I still have to witness fully in my life. I never come across with it. I only saw the elephant chasing one another to mate, but actually mounting is something that's very rare. Most of the guide haven't seen that. From myself and the rest of the team, I would like to thank you very much for you joining us for the afternoon. I hope We are going to really get again up in the afternoon to join these lions. Have a lovely new year and enjoy the day. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I hope everyone is having a beautiful second day of 2023. And we are currently in the lovely Okokoyo. It is a, it seems like a much more lovely day as opposed to yesterday. So hopefully that will bring some more action for us today on Escape to Nature. My name is Lisa. I will be your waterhole naturalist for the day. And I'm really excited with all of you. And as always, we are live, we are interactive, and we love hearing from you. So please, throughout the day, do send your questions, comments, suggestions, anything that you would like us to know about or look for. You are more than welcome to get in touch with us. Of course, this is your safari. And yes, we love hearing from you. So as you can see, it is a sunny day here in Okokoyo, and hopefully it stays that way. Although that being said, we do need the rain. But speaking of which, let's see what today's weather forecast will be. So it may or may not rain today in Okokoyo. As I said, you know, for us as humans, we don't always like the rain, specifically on safari, because sometimes that does influence the sightings. But that being said, I cannot wait to witness the transformation of this beautiful location. Of course, you know, everything is going to just, the waterhole will fill up, and we'll definitely see a lot more greenery. But hopefully one of these days, if not today, it will definitely happen for Okokoyo, as most of our other locations have already had their rain. So we shall see what we see today. But let me know what you are looking forward to today and what you are hoping for today. I'm really hoping for some elephants, as always. But perhaps some lions as well. That will really be great. And if our unicorn or more than one unicorn joins us, that will also be an absolute bonus. Joy, good morning. You are saying happy first Monday of the year. Thank you so much, and to you too. It's quite scary to to actually think that it's already the 2nd of January, because I'm sure all of you know time flies by so quickly. So yes, hopefully, you know, it will be a great day and a great year for all of us, but I really do believe it will. And yes, as I said yesterday, we must just all in all stop saying, okay, well, this is going to be my year, or whatever the case is. Just, you know, absolutely make every day a celebration and be grateful for something, at least one thing, every single day. But thank you so much, Joy. And like Joy, you are more than welcome to also get in touch with us. We we really love hearing from all of you. Come on, animals. Of course, last night, as we were ending our sunset safari, all of the giraffes and, of course, a black rhino showed up. So I definitely think the animals had a bit of a sleep in yesterday. Just recovered probably from New Year's Eve. But at least we've got an impala. Good morning. I hope you told your friends they must also come and say good morning. And it really is such a peaceful morning here in Okukoyo. Not just in terms of, the animal sightings thus far, but just the sounds and the noises and everything going on around us. Jade, good morning. Thank you so much for your question. You are asking, have I ever seen a buffalo at this waterhole? So no, unfortunately not. And buffalo don't occur here. All of the big five but the buffalo occur here in Okukoyo. And there's various reasons for that, but mainly the topography and the habitat you have here. So I'm sure you've heard Ben on many safaris explaining, the geology of an area will literally determine everything that occurs there, because of course the geology is going to determine the soil type, and that will determine the vegetation that comes forth, and that in turn will determine the herbivores. The herbivores will will then also determine the carnivores, etc., etc. You get the gist of it. But no, there is buffaloes, of course, are grazers predominantly, but unfortunately they do not occur here. I also think the weather also does play a role due to it being very, very hot and humid. Hopefully we'll get rain one of these days, but Okokoyo's rain season is generally anything from end of December, beginning January, or even into January. But no, the vegetation and all of that is not right for the buffalo. But I mean, that is something that still sort of breaks my brain, because you have so many other animals that thrive and survive here. However, the buffalo cannot be found here in Okokoyo. So from the big five, we have seen lions here, of course, elephants, rhinos, but we are yet to see a leopard on this beautiful damn camera. It will be really, really good if we get to see that one of these days. But of course, leopards are, for the most part, from what we see and observe, they are mostly active during the night. And so I think that is what sort of, changes our luck a little bit with the leopard sightings, because it definitely does happen. But we just have not had luck with leopard yet. But one of these days, I mean, it is a new year. You never know what sightings we might get.
Can we stop there, please? Because now we have got some leopards making you laugh. Now, this is not like when a baby human bites your finger. Let's push play on this episode of The Wild Show.
So people often ask, what is the difference between antelope and deer? Because I remember many of my international guests that I've taken on safari, they, as soon as you see an antelope, you tend to just think, okay, well, it's a deer, or they all fall under the same thing. So obviously for me personally, I don't have a lot of experience with deer. I have seen them whilst I was working in the States. But antelopes do not shed their horns. So something like this antelope, an impala, they have horns, the males, where other antelope like springbok, both male and female, have horns, just like the elands and some other antelope as well. But with antelope, they do not shed their horns seasonally. They just have one pair, and if it breaks or they damage it, it doesn't actually grow back. If it breaks off completely, I mean. So often you'll see like a piece that's broken off, and that'll of course happen when they are sparring, when they are fighting with each other, challenging each other, just like animals do. They have to establish dominance. And so the impalas are one of the easier animals when it comes to sexual dimorphism. The males will have the horns and the females do not. But of course that is not just for defense. Well, not just defense, within a species, but also against something else that might be challenging them. But it is also to make them look bigger and more impressive, which is why a male lion, for instance, also has the mane. Of course, that does serve a lot of other purposes as well. But often with your animals, that is why they'll have tusks or horns. That is just to make themselves look bigger to opposing males, as well as more attractive to the females. So they say, at least. That is our our observation from it, at least. Might be for a completely different reason. Darcy Miller, good morning. So good to hear from you always. You would like to know, when are we doing the first Afrikaans quiz for 2023? Well, I mean, we can always do it today if you like. There's no time like the present, so I'll browse through my Bush Bible and see what we can start with. But that is a good idea, actually. We can do that today if you like. And for those of you that don't know what we are talking about, every now and again we have a little bit of Quizmania, where we do some riddles or we do anagrams, just to sort of keep ourselves sharp. But yes, that's a good idea, Darcy Miller. I will see what animal we can do first. And please do not think I'm going to be taking it easy on all of you, because you guys are all too clever and you get it way too quickly. So we'll see what tricky ones we can do today. I'm just trying to decide now if we should make it very, very difficult today or just start off easy. The thing is, I always think I'm going to catch you guys and then you are just way too clever. But perhaps I should start with one of my favorite animals. I've never been able to put it on screen at any of the damn cameras. But, let me just see how difficult we should go today, Darcy. Alrighty, so our first one, as I said, I've never been able to put it on camera for any of you, unfortunately. Hopefully, you know, this is the year for that to happen. But our first Afrikaans animal is a ratel. R-A-T-E-L. Ratel. What animal is that when I'm referring to that? If you know, send your answer. We would love to hear from you. And again, you know, the previous time we did this as well, because of course, you know, as naturalists, we mostly converse in English. And so even if you are an Afrikaans person, sometimes these names and words and terminology for the animals and, you know, for their behaviors is very, very strange when you don't use it every single day. But let me know what you think a ratel is. Just want to have a look at the tree line and see if we can see anyone approaching. Because generally, from what I've seen at least, nowadays the elephants, specifically the single bulls, are approaching from this side of the tree line. I don't know if it's due to the vegetation that they can find right now. Of course, you know, animals do change their patterns when it comes to their resources for water and food and everything. Not that they are predictable, but just at least from what I have been seeing here in Ukukuyo, they've sort of got a more regular pattern. And then the herd of elephants, they generally come off from the left, but then they exit off into the tree line here at the back. So I'm very, very excited to be going to Ukukuyo sometime this year and to actually go explore it for myself as well. We've got some zebras. Good morning, Craig. You would like to know if predators have difficulty hunting due to the rocks and everything at this waterhole. So I've never actually seen a hunt here. However, we have had the Umbeka lion pride that attempted to hunt one morning. And, you know, of course they weren't successful, but even, you know, with the chasing and everything, they didn't seem to have too much difficulty. So I think the biggest challenge for predators is the heat and humidity and the fact that there's not a lot of shade around at the actual waterhole. You know, apart from the little bit of shade we have off to the left, other than that, they literally have to go lie in a bush if they want to rest and conserve and build their energy for the hunt. But, I mean, in terms of the actual rocks, you would think the animals would have difficulty. Something like, I often think about this, something like a giraffe, for instance. So, of course, they are ungulates, they've got hoofs, but they've got a split in between the hoof. And I often wonder, don't they get rocks stuck in between that, or, sort of slip on these rocks? And from my observation over the past couple of months, no, they don't. And again, I say this so often. I would not want to live here as an animal. I'm sorry, I love watching Ukukoyo. But I think for me, practically as an animal having to survive and exist, this would not be the location for me. I would rather choose Djuma then, or Mashatu even. But again, animals are absolutely incredible when it comes to adapting and acclimating and everything, the environment they find themselves in. So I think to us, and just looking at this location, you would think, this can't be very comfortable. But I mean, we've even had rhinos chasing lions here at this very waterhole. And even so, it didn't seem like they had any difficulty running or evading the rhinos. So I think the animals really do adapt. And of course, I'm not going to give you zebra in Afrikaans because that is very, very plain and simple. It is literally just a zebra in Afrikaans, so it's the exact same thing. Even something like elephant is olifant in Afrikaans. So I don't want to make it... I've realized I've gone too easy on all of you. And there were very few times in all of our Quizmanias, with the riddles and the anagrams and the Afrikaans naming for animals. There were very, very few times that you guys actually said, okay, here's the white flag, we are giving up. I think it was literally 1 or 2 times. So we'll make it a little bit difficult and see what we can come up with today. Maybe I'll even make up a name. Morning, hornbill. Quack, 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 quack. I have to say that's also one of my favorite bird calls. It's a very common bird call, but for me it's a very nostalgic bird call actually. Guinea fowl. It's also such a common bird, but I really do love them. Even here in the city, you'll often see them. But they definitely also have one of the most iconic calls for myself. It's like a fish eagle. As soon as you hear that, you sort of know you're in Africa. Dreaming Wild, good morning. And I am not sure if it's our wonderful Zoomy Dreaming Wild. But you are saying a ratel is a honey badger. And you are very much correct. Yes. Ratel is honey badger. That is the Afrikaans name for it. You see, I'm making it too easy. No. That is it. I am making up names today. And we'll see if you can get it right. But no. You are all correct. Thank you so much if you did get it right. But you see, that was an easy one. And of course, honey badgers are one of the most ferocious animals. They really are truly incredible animals. And they literally do not take nonsense from anything, not even a lion. I remember I've done quite a few blogs on honey badgers as well, and just the photographs thereof. There once was this sighting in Kruger where a crocodile got a hold of a honey badger. But the photographs from that sighting was just absolutely immaculate. But that was one of the more rare cases that a honey badger actually got taken down by something. I'm sure many of you have seen on various footage and documentaries and all of that how ferocious and vicious they can actually be. They do not take nonsense from anything. They eat snakes. They batter lions. So that was the first one. So if you got it correct, congratulations, but the fun is over. Now it's going to become difficult. And literally my brain is running now trying to think what I can make up for these animals. Create my own names. No, I won't do that. But as I say, I'm not going to take it easy on you now. You are all too clever. Or you just pay really well attention, or you're probably Afrikaans speaking. So the next one is one that I have not put on camera either, but we have seen it various times on Wild Earth. The next one that I'm going to give you, a gespikkelde bosslang. Gespikkelde bosslang. And again, if you are Afrikaans, this is probably going to be easy for you. But yes, as I say, as soon as I start analyzing my own language, I sort of get a twitch. and wonder, how did people come up with this? This one is fairly accurate when you translate it directly to English. But what is 'n gespikkelde bosslang? Come on, zebras. You must be parched after yesterday. Unless you all have a secret hideout now in the actual tree line that we do not know of. But literally none of you came for water yesterday, really. So I think either everyone slept in yesterday or there is a new water hole that we might not be aware of. Or it really just was the weather from yesterday morning. Apparently yesterday morning early we did have a fairly rough storm here in Okukoyo, so that might have been what deterred the animals to come to the water hole. Eagle lover, good morning. I really love hearing from all of you. You would like to know what does the vegetation look like beyond this rock area. I can't tell you that, and I'm very sad to have to say that. However, that being said, I will definitely be able to tell you that in a year's time. I'm definitely planning a trip to Ukukoyo sometime this year, so then I'll be able to tell you. But beyond that, I can't. Yes, I don't know. I mean, I can try and show you. It's a little bit tricky, seeing that we are rather far away from it. But yes, it's like it's a mystery to me too. It's like Narnia, you know. It's this magical place that you, or that the animals enter once they go in there, and then every now and again they just reappear from it. So I do not know, but Eagle Lover, I promise I will give you a full update once I have visited Okukoyo. You know, of course, I've seen the maps and all of that, but in terms of actually being able to immerse you and tell you, oh, you go in and it is this wonderful, wonderful forest, and there's a tiny I can't do that. But I definitely will do so once I have actually visited this beautiful location. And if any of you have actually been to Ukokoyo, do let me know. I would love to hear from your travels and your experiences. My mom actually visited this exact camp last year. Well, actually now it's last year, because it was 2021. See what I did there? But no, from her experience and everything, you know, as soon as she told me about it, I was like, I have to go. I have to go. And it's apparently actually the perfect location if you are someone that just likes to sit and observe and wait for the animals to come to you. My mom is not at all like my father and I. She does not go on every safari she gets a chance. She likes to just stay put, read a book, enjoy the animals if they do come down to a river or the waterhole or wherever she finds herself. But believe me, I will definitely make a plan to be to be going beyond the tree line, hopefully. And then I will tell you all about the mysteries. Lorraine, that is super exciting. What a coinkydink. You are saying you are visiting in May and you can't wait to see this waterhole. Please do let us know about your experience and how you found it and what you were up to whilst here. I would love to hear from you in May. And please do travel safe, of course. Have a blast. I'm excited for you now. Maybe I should just jump in your suitcase and go with. But that is very exciting. And if any of you have been to Ukokoyo or you know someone that has been, let me know what they found and how was the experience. But as I say, for me personally, I've only heard good things about it, but definitely will be able to give you an update in at least 12 months.
Mashatu Game Reserve has a glowing reputation as one of the most beautiful reserves in southern Africa. And now, atop a soaring cliff overlooking the Majale River, beneath the groves of euphorbia succulents, sits the stunning new Mashatu Euphorbia Villas. These eco-friendly villas echo their beautiful natural surroundings, shaped to match the Mapanu parts of Mashatu. Enjoy earthy glamour with a consciousness for conservation woven into every element of these camps within the 32,000 hectare reserve.
And if you are only joining us now, welcome to Escape to Nature. And thank you for joining us and spending your day with us. But today, Darcy Miller made the suggestion. Well, actually, she just asked when we will be doing the Afrikaans quiz again. You know, the Afrikaans names for the animals. And so we are doing it today. Spontaneity is key. And the one we are currently busy with is a gespikkelde bosslang. What animal is that? A lot of people often confuse it with a much more dangerous one. Earth lover, you are saying a gespikkelde bosslang is a speckled bush snake. You're not wrong. The correct terminology, I guess, is a spotted bush snake, but yes, speckled, I mean, I would say it's the same thing. So yes, you see, this is no. I'm obviously making this way too easy for you. Maybe I should go like into historical times and see what animals were formerly called. Oh gosh, can you imagine if we do birds? Because birds and their namings, or names I should say, change literally by the year. So that would make it super tricky. But congratulations if you got it correct. But I think for now, let's head over to Djuma, because we've got a visitor drinking some water. Is it Giraffe? Goeiemorgen. Our Zoomy has just been watching this giraffe feeding and foraging and moving around. And it finally came down for a drink. Hi, beautiful. Can you imagine you had to bend your legs like that if you wanted water? I often think as humans we are way more fortunate in so many aspects. You don't have to fear for your life. Well, I mean, in terms of a lion coming after you around every corner that you approach. But imagine you had to actually bend your legs like that just to get some water. That too has got to be one of my favorite things to photograph in the wild, is a giraffe drinking water. But as soon as they come up for that spit or that splash, and then of course when they lick the lips like that. It's lovely. I rather like this water. Okay, well now you're making it weird, giraffe. Stop. Just look at those birdies enjoying a good bath early in the morning. And this one, of course, we often refer to this, but this one is called a kameelperd, which directly translates to camel horse in Afrikaans, kameelperd. And of course, there are various hypotheses around, the coloration of animals, but specifically giraffes. I've spoken to guides, then they say it's always the males that are darker. For me personally, I don't. And this, again, it's a personal opinion from what I've seen and observed in the wild. For me, generally, the older a giraffe has been, the darker they become. My common sense tells me, having been in the sun longer, their skin tends to get darker. But, there are guides that say that the males will also always be darker because of the testosterone levels, which again, can definitely be a valid point. But that being said, I've seen a female baby giraffe that was very, very, very dark. So just like anything else in nature, it boils down to, the mix of things. Just like we saw that one elephant yesterday here in Djuma, just with one tusk. It's all about genetics. George, good morning. You would like to know, is it more common to see a lone male giraffe than a lone female? So with giraffes, they are very, very fascinating when it comes to their social structure, because they don't have a social or set social structure. They do not form harems or herds or anything like that. They do not have matriarchy or any hierarchy for that matter in a group of giraffes. So they literally, I refer to them often as the hippies of the bush. They literally make and lose friends every single day. So this giraffe, if you were to follow this giraffe, he might meet up with some other male giraffes. They might do a bit of necking. Or you never know, he might come across some females, test the urine, see if they're ready to mate. They literally just move and lose, or make and lose friends every single moment of their life. The males are not, set on just staying with one female. They do not stay with a female even after she's given birth or anything like that. They really do. So sometimes you find one male giraffe, sometimes you find one female giraffe, and other times you can find a mix of 30 females and males. And then the next day, that group in itself would have broken up again as well, or split up already as well. So giraffes are, I don't know, they're very chilled animals. Very, very chilled animals. And it's very cool to see this actually, because you can see this giraffe specifically, of course, even though they are patterned, this one being so dark, you can actually see the prominent white ears now. And of course, that is again, to our human knowledge, that is a follow me sign. So if they are looking for one another in the bush, they just look for those two white spots. Just like yesterday, I don't know if you joined us yesterday afternoon on Sunset Safari. Lauren had a lion sighting, and two of the giraffes were actually snitches. They gave the lioness away. But that is also often what they look for. If one giraffe sees a couple of giraffes, all just staring at something, they'll definitely know, okay, well, something is up, something is not right. Oh man, this is something I always want to do when I see a giraffe, especially from the back. I would love to, before I die, just braid the tail of a giraffe. Doesn't that just look so? I would not love to tell the tale, but I mean, as I say, I do want to do it before I die. So if that is the way to go, then that is the way to go. But no, my parents would not be impressed with me if I do that. I remember guests would often ask me on safari, if you have dinner at night or something, you'll really start to get personal with guests and, learn about their families. And often they would ask me about my family as well. And let's say we had a very epic sighting that day of elephants being very, very close. They'll often ask me, are your parents not afraid, of something happening to you here in the wild? And I always said, no, if that's the way for me to go, then that's the way for me to go. They know that. But I think the forgiveness will stop when it comes to me wanting to braid a giraffe's tail. Dumasani, good morning. You would like to know, are the birds not bothering this giraffe? That's, on the neck and on the legs and everything. So no, and I completely understand and get why you would ask that, because yesterday we saw a beautiful big herd of impala, and these oxpeckers, so the birds we are looking at all around, all over this giraffe, are called the oxpeckers. And, they literally get in some personal places sometimes, and then you're just sort of like, when it feels like someone walks over your grave, you get the grills. And then I always get that feeling like, just get off. But no, the animals become very, very used to it. I think, in a sense, it probably massages them, but you have to remember these birds are also cleaning the animals, because they are ridding them of parasites and ticks and all sorts of things that might be harmful to the animals. And again, that is our interpretation. That is why we will come up with these terminologies of symbiotic relationships and mutualism. Like, for instance, this would be a mutual relationship that they share. The animals getting cleansed, the birds getting fed, everyone's happy. But, to that giraffe, it might just be like, okay, well, this is the norm. This is what happens. It might not necessarily be that they are knowing, ooh, the birds are cleaning me and I feel so much better after they were on me. And But no, they actually, for the most part, they don't seem to mind it, no. And it's impressive because generally, if you do look at a bird of this size, like these oxpeckers, for the most part, they will have the foot structure of a passerine. So that means like a dove, for instance. They'll have 3 toes in front and 1 at the back, because they don't have to, claw their way onto something, or they don't have to catch something or hold onto something. But the oxpeckers are not passerines. They are what we call zygodactyl. And that means they've got 2 toes in front and 2 at the back, like an eagle basically, or an owl. And the reason for that is because they do what they do. They have to actually hold on to the animals, and they're very agile. They can move all over, be at the bottom, at the bottom of the stomach, or as I say sometimes they go into some rather strange places. But no, from what we see and know and observe, the animals seem to be pretty chilled out with it. Which again is why I'm a Homo sapien and not an animal, because I will not tolerate that. Plus I'm very ticklish. I would be like the giggling giraffe in the bush. Oh, they're so pretty. The woodlands kingfishers. And of course, we only see and hear them in the summertime. Just like we actually do our next animal. And this is one that Jarrett, one of our directors, actually came up with. The next one for the day, which is probably an easy one, but the next one is a schoenlapper. I don't know how to directly translate that. A shoe lapper. A shoe lapper is our next one. And as I say, also something that we generally just see in the summertime, that we have been seeing quite a lot of. Schoenlapper. What is a schoenlapper? A shoe lapper. Tadiwa, do you know what a shoe lapper is? Yes, that's the confusing thing about Afrikaans. It really can get very complicated if you start explaining it to someone. Because skoen is shoe, but skoon is clean. So it's literally just a letter here and there that completely changes the meaning of a word. But no, it's not a clean lapper. It's a shoe lapper. Ooh, all right. Well, we will keep up with the giraffe and all of the other beautiful creatures at our water holes, but I'm going to send you to Andrew, who's got a surprise.
Good morning everybody. I hope you're all doing very well today. Welcome to Amakhala Game Reserve out here in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa on a very nice and hot day. Hence the reason why these lions are quite stationary at the moment, laying flat, just trying to soak in that shade over there, much like we are now. Hello again, my name is Andrew in case you don't know, and I do have Mr. BK behind the camera with me. And we are excited. It is my last day today, unfortunately, but we are still excited to be out here. Yeah, nice and warm. So it's about 30 something degrees right now. And it's definitely one of those days where you don't want to forget your sunblock and your water bottles behind. And we're actually quite blessed. We do have a roof on the vehicle, so that helps us a lot. Okay, so this is that gorgeous male lion that everybody enjoys so much. Seems a bit tired at the moment. I believe this morning they were hunting warthogs and so on. And yesterday, from what I heard, it sounded like they did have a kill of sorts. I think it was reported to be between a kudu and a wildebeest. They're not quite sure what exactly it was. But it seems like that's finished for now. Hello David, thanks for your comment there. It's an amazing start, I agree. It wasn't an easy task getting here. We had to leave the western side of the reserve, and we had to make our way through some of the shortcut roads that we know, it being Dairy Road being one of them. You often hear me mention this road. That's one of our shortcuts down into the basin, and then we took a series of other shortcuts, and here we are. It took us about a good 45 minutes to get here. But as you say, great start. It's always nice to watch lions, especially during, escape to nature. I mean, all experiences are nice to watch lions, but with escape to nature, we can sit with these animals and we can really watch them. And you never know, you might see some activities like mating, which we've seen in the past. There might be a bit of social bonding with one another. And who knows, maybe they make a kill as well. Of course, not for everybody to watch animals being hunted by predators, but that does happen in nature, and lions do it fairly frequently. Oh, Pete, morning. Okay, so if you're going to be a bit sensitive to this, then I'd suggest maybe blocking your ears. But if you want to give it a listen, the most hectic kill I ever saw in my life was actually at Tswalu, Kalahari. There's actually two that come to mind. At Tswalu, what happened was there was a pride of lion, the southern pride of lions. I can't remember how many there were, but they had 4 cubs at that stage. But those cubs were about 9 months old. So they were getting big, and they were very curious by, attending the adults in their hunts and their excursions in the bush. And so they were walking with the adults, excuse me, walking with the adults. And the next thing, these cubs go running off into the bush. And I saw something running, and I shouted to the guests, "It's a scrub hare, scrub hare." And these lions isolated this, inverted commas, scrub hare in a thicket in a bush. And these cubs were going in but pulling away, going in again, pulling away. And I thought, what is going on here? Why are they so scared of this animal? And as I got closer, it wasn't a scrub hare. It was an African wildcat. And it brings back a little bit of goosebumps, because that was quite a hectic sighting, even for myself. And what I can say about that African wildcat was it put up such a big fight. It took about 15 minutes before the lions developed enough courage, these young lions, to go in there and actually finish the animal off. But let me tell you something, that African wildcat was scratching them and wasn't scared to defend itself. And I really admired that about them, how their resilience to want to survive and even face 4 young lions of 7 months old. And for an African wildcat, that's a giant in itself. And then the most dramatic second kill that I ever saw was at Motswari, Timbavati. My guests had not seen buffalo at all during their stay. Last morning arrives, and I'm like, okay, now we have to find these buffalo. We really have to. Luckily, one of the chaps on the radio called in, "Hey, I've got some buffalo, if you want to come and have a look." So we made our way from the north straight down to the south, and we found these buffaloes that were in the water. They were bathing, they were jumping around, having a good time. And then this little calf of about 4 months old came and sat right in front of the Land Rover. Yeah, it was a Land Rover over there. Sat in front of the Land Rover, And that for me was already odd, that it sat right in front of us. So I reversed a little bit and I noticed that this calf was not able to get onto its hoofs properly. There's something wrong with this calf. And the calf also realized that it's not standing up and couldn't move. Not sure what the problem was, and started to bellow and trying to call mom for help. And all you hear is this "Meow," constantly going on like this and constantly bellowing. The Mashattan pride down in the south had now picked up on these bellowing sounds, and they had come running north. And in a matter of probably about 7 to 10 minutes, they covered about 3 or 4 kilometers of land to get to our position. And the next thing, the tracker, Morris, who's out in Pridelands at the moment, shouted, "The lions are here." So I looked and, okay, well, here's a Mashattan pride right here. And they went straight for this calf. And it was 2 lions responded, a male and a female. The male took the back section of the body, female took the front section of the body. And they were having a bit of a tug of war with one another, a lot of growling and snarling. Then the next minute, a clan of hyena arrived. And they wanted a piece of the meat as well, but they were scared of this male lion. The Mashattan male lion wasn't something to contend with. And they tried so hard to get a piece of the meat, to the point where they tried to pull the lion's tail, pull it and try and get it to let go of the kill. But then the lion looked at the hyenas just with one death stare, and those hyenas disappeared, and I never saw them on that sighting again. That was a very crazy sighting, that. So yeah, just to answer your question, something I'll never forget.
It's the end of another year here at Wilder. And what a year it has been. Escape to Nature and The Wild Show were born along with our brand new app. We couldn't be happier to welcome back James, Steve, and Lauren in the new year, who once again will be part of the permanent team. We are grateful to every single one of you who has watched Wild Earth this year, and a very big thanks to our explorers. Without you, none of this would be possible. Happy holidays.
So I'm just wondering if any of you have been on safari in Africa before, and if you have, to let me know what you've done, where you've visited, and if you've had any interesting lion sightings on your side, please let us know. And then also Lisa, I'm sure you've had some brilliant lion sightings given some of the really nice reserves that you have worked. So yeah, if you can let us know about your favorite sighting. Some of you might not be aware, but Nick, who's the photo naturalist at Kariega, spent many years as a professional field guide out in the Sabi Sands. And I've seen some of his video footage that he's taken of some of the leopards, lions, and other things that he's seen. And let me tell you, it is incredible what he's seen. So, Nick, I would like to know your favorite sighting of lions, if something comes to mind. BK, what was your favorite sighting of lions, if it comes to mind? You've had lots of lion sightings in your time, hey? Wow.
Yeah, I had a lot of.
I'll give you a moment to think about it.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, red-faced mouse birds have just made our way in. Oh, BK is always interested to try, so let's just see if we can get it in here. Sorry about the bar there, we're going to just move past it. There we have it, my first time showing you red-faced mousebird on TV. Look at that beautiful little face, eh? Now you can see why they call it a mousebird. They have a long tail just like a mouse. Nice beautiful red face with a little bit of a hairstyle on top. I love their call as well. Take off. Like that, taken off the branch. Oh, that was pretty cool. Thanks, BK. Okay, back to Mr. Sleepy. It's quite a nice little area with all these succulents that are growing near him. These are the aloe striatas. Coral aloe is the common name. Hey Mary, my plans. That's an easy one for me. I've got simple plans, so I've got quite a little bit of time to have a bit of a break. So my plans are as follows. I'm going to get home. The first thing I'm going to do is climb into my little dog Maya, and I'm going to be seeing my dad as well, who is in Port Alfred. So I'm going to be spending some time with him. And then first things first, I'm going to unpack my car, and then as soon as I've done that and settled in, get the lead, get Maya's leash, get her water bottle ready, and we're going on our first walk together. And we do that every day. We go all around the neighborhood. We also go to a lagoon out in Port Alfred. It's known as Kids Beach, especially if there are some of you that are watching from Port Alfred. And she likes to swim and do those things. So that's my priority, is to spend as much time with Maya. But one thing is for sure, and you'll get to know this about me if you ever see me in Port Alfred, is if you see a little black dog, then usually a person will follow, and that will be me. And if you see me, then usually a little black dog will follow as well. So we're always together, we're inseparable, and I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, of course, catch up on some rest. I'm going to do some bird watching with my dad, and I'm hoping to spend a little bit of time out at sea. So our neighbors, they are very keen seamen, so they go out to the sea. They do a lot of fishing and so on, so I'd like to do that. And then prepare myself for my next stint as well. Hearing a few birds that are calling. Nediki is one of them. There's a chestnut-fented warbler somewhere around here. Just can never see them. They're so secretive. Now, often out here we get the Cape longclaw that we see, also known as the orange-breasted longclaw, if I'm not mistaken. Orange-breasted longclaw, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so the new name is the Cape longclaw. Orange-throated, sorry, I knew something sounded fishy there. Orange-throated longclaw was the old name, Cape longclaw, new name. Okay, BK, well done. Alright, are those still... Let me just get... Benjamin, that's AFIRM. Yeah, some birds will follow lions around. Buzzards, jackal buzzards, if they think lions are going to do something, or if they're on a kill already, then most definitely they will definitely follow them. And vultures as well, but we don't see them out yet, unfortunately. Sorry, I just want to point out this bird that BK's got. So we saw the red-faced mouse bird earlier on. This is a speckled mouse bird. Very gregarious. Gregarious is a term we use for social. And they're actually working on alpha pairs. So you'll have a group of these birds, but then one male and one female will actually breed. And then the rest of the members of the flock, they're going to support that alpha pair and the chicks that are produced. Much like wild dogs or certain species of mongooses. Very active little birds. We have noticed just behaviorally you should be able to identify this bird, because usually when they fly off you find that one or two fly off and then others slowly catch up. The red-faced mouse bird that you saw earlier, they all move together as a unit and they fly into the bush at the same time, opposed to these ones which will do it in drips and drabs. So another way you can identify birds is the behavior side of things. And you see the speckled mouse birds not too happy with the presence of this big male lion underneath the tree. Just hearing some dark-capped bulbuls calling at the moment. Also get name the Afrikaans bottergat, because they've got a yellow bottom, these dark-capped bulbuls. So very descriptive of the Afrikaans language, calling them bottergat, so butterbum. Also known as a tiptol in Afrikaans. What I love most about the bird watching here in Amakhala is that it's so diverse out here. There are so many different types of habitats out here and biomes, and because of that it's going to influence all types of wildlife that you can potentially see out here. There's about 300 species of birds, which is 1/3 of the entire population in southern Africa. So that's a lot of birds for a game reserve. So a few of the birds that I thoroughly enjoy seeing, birds like what you got there, kudu bulls. Oh, nice one, BK. Ah, nice, and a warthog. There we go. Oh, they're a bit close. Gotta watch out. Yeah, so like birds like the bar-throated apellises out here are very common. They're very cool to see. I mean, I love the secretary birds. It's one of my favorite birds now. If you're very lucky, you can see the lesser honeyguide and the greater honeyguide out here. Narina trogon. And of course the blue cranes. Now these kudus are totally unaware that there is a lion lying under the bush here. But he hasn't shown any notice of it, and it is quite hot here at the moment. But not to say that this lion is not going to try and hunt these animals. They're very opportunistic. And if the opportunity is there, go for it. Try. These are still young kudus. So we can actually almost estimate the age of these kudus here. So they're just past their second spiral of horns. So we're going to say they're around about 5 or 6 years old. So still fairly young. Sorry, I just need to respond on the radio. They are calling me here. Just one sec. Rob, standing by.
Good morning, morning. I'm just going to be leaving at ATC now. You still got some luck with the gonies there?
Yes, A-firm. We will wait for you until you get here. It's not a problem. Just come Old Ndlovu and you'll see us here.
Copy, thank you.
Copy, copy. Ah, another call. Just one sec, sorry. Standing by.
Good morning. Just confirm what Yamaba do you have?
It's Madoda Ngunyama, just Lala is just off Old Ndlovu.
Okay, wonderful. Oh.
Copy. Station, just be advised, I'm just going to turn the radio off. Okay, sorry about that. Just catching up, giving an update on the radio as to where this lion is. I know Rob is interested in coming this way with his guests. So it seems like these kudus have suddenly become cautious. So they've probably picked up a scent. No matter where lions or any animal walks, it's going to leave some sort of a scent behind. Now lions have actually got a very strong scent, believe it or not. Not far at all, but not close at all either. Now, if you have a look at that coral aloe that's just behind the line there, it's actually quite an interesting plant. They are semi-fire resistant. Now, bear in mind that they do have a very fleshy leaf filled with moisture and water. And what happens is if a fire happened to move through here, you would find that most of the succulents, their leaves literally curl upwards towards the sky, point towards the sky, and they try and protect the main part of the plant. So the outer leaves may get burnt, but the main plant won't, or might not get that badly burnt, and then continue to survive. Now, aloes are very medicinal plants. I think the most medicinal plant, or one of them at least, is the aloe vera. Out in Amakhala, we get the aloe ferox, which is a bitter aloe. Morning, Rindle. Thanks for your question. And no, not necessarily. They usually will go out and hunt together because they're strong when they're together. They'll be much more successful when they're together. And they would be able to take bigger prey if there was a coalition. And then also, you might find that they learn to hunt really well together, and one of the males in the coalition may even show himself to the prey and try and herd that prey into an area where its brother, other member of the coalition, is hiding behind the bush. We've seen that before. But he's not part of a coalition, unfortunately. It's always nice to work with coalitions. But naturally, lions are usually, how do I say, they're usually one male per pride, but you do get exceptions, you get coalitions. The most coalition I've worked with was 3 male lions. And that was out in the Timbavati, the Mahlatini Madodas, the bush males. And they were unstoppable. Just some other birds that I'm hearing, just for call-out's sake. I can hear chestnut-fented warbler again. And there is a spectacled weaver that's around here. And a spectacled weaver makes a laughing sound. This sounds like it's laughing at you. So I think they are nesting at the moment somewhere around here. There are a few dry river crossings in this general area that we're at, and previously, in previous years, some of the lucky guides have managed to see Narina trogon, so we're actually in a very good area here. What's lovely with the Escape to Nature experience as well is that we don't always feel the need just to, carry on talking. We also give you that opportunity to have silent moments and enjoy nature and sounds, and give you an idea of what we're experiencing out here. Just a lovely environment out here as well. As you can see, it's very scenic out here. Now, Hills Neck Safari Lodge is not far from here. It's actually directly in front of us. We can actually see it. Oh, male lion has just lifted his head. And he's gonna spot those kudu. I think he probably picked up their scent. And he's looking directly at them. It's just amazing, their senses. I mean, those kudus are not very close. And he's managed to detect them by a scent. I think this male lion is definitely doing the calculations in his head that it's going to use a lot of energy for him to try and get into a position and weave his way through these little sections of bush to try and get to those kudu, when the kudu are more than likely just going to spot him anyway. So he'd rather just hold his position, just stare at them, let them walk by, but he knows they're around. He may watch them from time to time during the day and just wait until the sun starts to go down, gets dark. Mona Lisa, the longest stalk that I've ever observed. Is that what you're asking? Let me just give that a think. Mona Lisa. Yeah, this was with a leopard, also in Timbavati. We watched this leopard because I had some people with me that I took out that were photographers, and they were only interested in predators, and so they did brief me before that we don't need to worry about anything else except leopard and lion. And we would go out for about 5 hours at a time, so 5-hour session in the morning, 5-hour session in the afternoon. So ultimately over the period of 4 days, we spent 10 hours a day just watching big cats. One of the things we managed to observe was a leopard, and in that 5-hour period where we watched this and followed this leopard, it made 3 attempts. On 2 of them were bushbuck and 1 of them was on a steenbuck. Then as we were about to leave the sighting and head back, as the sun was starting to go down, she managed to catch a young Inyala, and that happened just on the side of our vehicle. And this Inyala tried to run towards our vehicle but didn't make it, and the leopard caught it probably about 3 meters or 4 meters away from the vehicle. But yeah, all in all, about 5 hours. Yeah. But let me tell you, Mona Lisa, that 5 hours did not feel like 5 hours. It felt like an hour. And the only reason why we knew that we'd been out for 5 hours was the sun was going down and was getting dark. And we're like, okay, well, clearly we've been out for quite a long time now. Okay, so of course you're watching a beautiful male lion now, and we're going to stick with him for a little bit more. In the meanwhile, we're going to send you to a predator of a different kind. I believe Lisa has a raptor that she wants to show you.
Thank you, Andrew. Yes, we've got our martial eagle. I suspect it's the one from yesterday, the juvenile, that actually made a monitor lizard kill. Unfortunately, we did not see the actual kill yesterday, but our brilliant zoomies was actually able to catch him, moving the kill. And it is a monitor lizard. But you can see he's got a rather big belly. Our Zoomy and I were just joking about it, having some New Year's leftovers. Because at one stage he also gave what seemed like quite a big yawn. I said it must definitely be puppy syndrome. But, of course, we are doing the Afrikaans names for today. So this one, just for interest's sake, of course, this is a martial eagle. And but this is a juvenile. So
I'm going to make a combination of the thorns and the bark. That's what I'm going to do. It's basically just a very big open system. But aren't they pretty? Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
vulnerable, so not endangered yet. When you actually look at animals going into endangered status, there's quite a few levels actually. So vulnerable is still before endangered. So, but yes, unfortunately their populations are decreasing here and there, and you'll find that especially outside of protected areas such as national parks and conservation areas. But not yet, Beverly. But again, that just shows us we really have to start paying attention to animals in general. And, it can literally be something as simple as, what simple example can I use? to not put out poison for rats, for instance. And I've used this example before as well, but something like a Martial Eagle can also be found in suburbs and cities. So let's say you are trying to get rid of rats, and obviously they ingest that poison. They are no longer a problem to you per se, but then let's say a snake eats that rat, and there's a Martial Eagle, and he's like, yummy snake. Now, that Martial Eagle is, of course, eating the snake that has ingested the poison from the rats, etc., etc., etc. So, silly example, but in the same breath, I want to say also a very powerful thing, that when we really start thinking about all of these things that we as humans are doing, to try and get rid of bugs and beetles and pests and parasites and all of that, I don't think we are fully thinking about the consequences of our actions. But not yet endangered, just vulnerable. And again, now you are wondering, okay, but what can I do? It's an eagle. I'm not an eagle whisperer. Don't worry, nor am I. But just education, as I always say, that is the first step to making a change and making a difference. Just educate yourself. Go visit perhaps a raptor center. I know in Dullstroom, I believe, just outside Dullstroom. No, it's between Dullstroom and Belfast. There's a raptor center that I once visited, and they actually take in, raptors that have lost their talons or have broken wings or whatever the case is, and they actually rehabilitate these animals and put them back into the wild with the hopes of them surviving and, having a second chance. But that's not necessarily, perhaps birds aren't your thing. I know a lot of people are terrified of birds, which again, that's perfectly fine. Some people fear snakes, others fear bats. For me, I don't have a lot of fears when it comes to wildlife. I am not a fan of a solifuge and a centipede in terms of creepy crawlies and all things like that. But, definitely find your niche and find what you want to be educated on and perhaps help on. Because it really is a wonderful world out there that we can learn about. And again, this is not just pertaining to African animals. This is wherever you find yourself. Whether you are in Brazil or in Australia or in the States, wherever you find yourself. In South Africa and Gauteng, it really is so, so incredible. The other day I was sitting on my porch and my best friend was visiting me. And I literally, I think she had a heart attack, but I yelled, I was like, it's an owl! And it was literally a spotted eagle owl that was in the estates across from us. And it was just perched in this massive tree, midday, funny enough, but it was obviously just sleeping. But it was so cool for me. I felt like I'm on safari or something. But we really can do that, especially now in the summertime. You can see a lot of froggies outside and a lot of insects. And I know it's not always fun looking at them. I'm not saying you have to love them, but just don't harm them. But how beautiful is this guy? Looks like he's planning something evil. Mastermind behind some evil plot, or I don't know, what do you think this eagle is thinking about? But you can literally see his belly. How full he is. I think that must have been a rather good meal. And what was interesting, the kill was not completely done yet. And he left it on the ground and actually came to this, I think it was this exact tree that it perched on. And the kill was not well hidden, in my personal opinion. It was sort of in the bushes, but it was not really hidden, to other raptors. So I wonder if he did in fact finish the kill or what happened. My director Jared is saying he's thinking, how long is this camera going to be on me? I can't hold in my stomach anymore. That sounds like me when I'm at weddings. Suck it in. He's just trying to be a cool guy, and we don't know how much longer he can hold it. Good one, Jared. Eagle lover, you are saying, Lisa, you made my day with this eagle sighting. You reside in Rodekraans, home of the Veru Black Eagles. Awesome. I'm so happy to hear that, eagle lover. I take it obviously from your name. You are a massive eagle fan. But you are welcome, but I cannot take the credit. It was, again, one of our awesome zoomies that are always, just observing and checking the different sightings and animals that come to Gowrie Dam here in Djuma. So you are very, very welcome, but credit is not mine. And of course, thank you to this beautiful guy. And of course, like we often see with birds, specifically this time of the day, going into hotter and humid climates, they'll often just open their beak or their bill a little bit, just to sort of get rid of some heat, just like a dog panting. Oh, what's that? Actually blink quite a few times in just a few seconds. And this is what I love, not only about Escape to Nature, but Wild Earth in general. It really is so amazing how we can be entertained and educated simultaneously. And when I say that, I don't mean us as naturalists, chatting to all of you. It's, for us, it's very educational as well. For me, for instance, this is the first time, just watching a martial eagle, and you can actually see how hot he is now. Look at his belly. I can't get over that belly. It's really funny. He looks like the Grinch. Not ashamed. You should have worn your pashmina just to, sort of give yourself that extra cover. But yes, just being able to observe these animals and listen to everything, all of the extra birds. Oh man, I wish we could actually sit here and smell all of the trees and the flowers and the water. Yes, now it's time to make pretty. You fluff your jackets, my friend. Martin, you would like to know how can you tell apart a fish eagle from a martial eagle? So fish eagles, again, it's tricky when it comes to raptors. I don't know if you joined us yesterday for Sunset Safari, but when we initially saw him, it was from a weird angle. He was on the move. Excuse me, I've got a frog in my throat. All right, sorry, I addressed it. But especially during this season, a lot of raptors are seasonal, so they will sort of move around with regards to food sources, if they need to migrate, whether it's south or north, etc., etc. But that being said, you do have seasonal migrants, specifically with raptors. And then when you look at a raptor, it can be a juvenile or it can be an adult. And the difference between the two can be radical. Like this guy, for instance, he's still going to come into a lot of plumage, from juvenile to adult. But one of your biggest tells will be your beaks. You look at the bill of a bird, and I'm not specifically just referring to raptors. You look at the beak or the bill, the talons, so in other words, their feet. And then you also look at things like the eyes. Some of them, may look very, very, very similar, but the eye coloration is just different. For instance, two that I often confuse is a brown snake eagle and a tawny eagle. But when you look at them and you actually look at a lot of pictures of both of them, then you can say, okay, well, there are clear differences. But with Marshall and fish eagle, it's fairly easy. A fish eagle juvenile is very sort of, I don't know how to say it now without insulting the bird. But a fish eagle, for me personally, a juvenile is very, very scruffy. And they've got a lot of weird plumage to them. But then, of course, also, as I say, the bill will be different. With fish eagles, they eventually come into a yellow bill, or a yellow and black bill, I should say. Size, more or less the same. But again, as I say, for me, the biggest thing is the juvenile phase that they find themselves in. If you do not know what they look like, a fish eagle as a juvenile, do go research it. It's very interesting. It looks like a mix between a vulture and something else, but you would never say it's a fish eagle. It's going to become a beautiful fish eagle. But then with a Marshall eagle, the biggest tell for me, specifically like yesterday, is they look like a... Again, I don't know how to say this, but they look like those teachers that wear the leggings with a really, really big jacket. And they sort of, have their hands behind their backs, almost like they are walking in an examination hall when kids are busy writing an exam or something. But they've got the Marshall eagle specifically. They've got very, very long legs, much longer than most eagles. And that for me is one of the biggest tells. Oh, did you do another yawn? You're very tired. Shame, you can just see he's trying his utter best to exert as much heat as he can. And of course, the digestion also is now using energy. Any animal for that matter, whether it's an antelope or a predator or a raptor, digestion takes a lot of energy. So that is often why you'll see lions, after they've made a kill, they will just sleep for a good day or even more, because they have to sort of now digest and rebuild their energy again for the next opportunity. This guy is hilarious. What are you doing? Well, you would like to know, do different raptors or eagles prey on each other? I mean, never say never. As I say, anything is possible in nature, and when you are hungry and you need to eat, then you will definitely eat. But for the most part, animals always take size into consideration. Well, apart from the honey badger that we spoke about earlier on, animals will always take size into consideration. So if that bird might be the same sort of size as that bird that is trying to prey upon the other one, then I wouldn't say so. But again, I don't want to say no. Of course, raptors can fight. There was a brilliant sighting earlier last year in Kalahari of 2 Lana falcons. Now, of course, they are significantly smaller than an actual eagle. But these two actually fought about Aquilia. The one was trying to hunt Aquilia, and mid-air they clashed into each other, and then they fell to the ground, and then the fight pursued and carried on, and eventually the Aquilia was just left behind. But out here, anything can feed on anything if you need to. We tend to always say as well that hippos, for instance, for the most part are herbivores. But there was one year in Kruger that a lot of hippos actually died of drought. There wasn't enough water holes and everything was drying up. And there were quite a few sightings actually in that year that other hippos were feeding on some of the hippo carcasses. Now, again, that's not a norm. That is not something that, to our understanding, is supposed to be happening every day. But anything is possible. So it can happen, definitely. Yes, well. JL, good morning. You would like to know if the eagle's neck turns 360 degrees. So, no, actually. So, eagles can't move their eyeballs within the sockets like humans. However, that being said, they do have the advantage of 14 neck vertebrae. So, of course, humans, just like a giraffe, have 7 neck vertebrae. However, eagles have 40. But that being said, they can rotate their heads 210 degrees in one direction. And that would then obviously make it 2.5 times farther than humans, but no, not a full 360. But if you think about it, 210 is still pretty impressive. And again, that does assist the actual neck vertebrae is what assists them to do that. That's a very interesting question. Thank you. We just want to keep our eyes on him because you never know when he's going to take off or perhaps go for something else. However, I don't know if I want to do anything like that. I know my stomach looked like that after Christmas, so then you literally just have puppy syndrome. You just want to doo-doos or sleep. Alrighty, but we'll keep monitoring this beautiful bird and see if he sticks around. Ooh, what is that? But in the meantime, let us see what is happening in our beautiful Ukukuyu. We have zebras again. And oddly enough, it has been fairly quiet in terms of the animals coming to the waterhole. But our zebras are the good children. Ooh, that lady is still very, very pregnant. Just want to have a look, see. Jeez. That cannot at all be comfortable. If you would like to, you can come over here to the waterhole. You can have a water birth. We will assist you. We've even got a patch of shade for you to go lie in with your little foal once you're done. Oh man, she is ready. And it's so funny, you know, as soon as they do turn, it seems like a dead normal zebra, you know, they are just doing their thing. But it's actually when you see them face on that you can see that big, big belly. Michelle, hello, and good to hear from you. You guys are so dedicated. I like it. You are saying a skoenlapper is a butterfly. Yes. And in Afrikaans, if you were to translate butterfly, that would mean bottervlieg. But yes, a skoenlapper is a butterfly. Very, very good. And I'm sure a lot of you also got it correct. But now I'm really serious. Now there's no more Mrs. Nice Guy, Miss Nice Guy. Nice girl. That was confusing. Now I shall look for a very, very tricky one now. Perhaps look for a tree or a flower. And then incorporate my own name in the middle as well.
All the ladies are coming.
Jason, while I'm being cinematic.
From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody. Of that ethereal and unattainable thing, the happy marriage.
Nice to see him.
This is an unbelievable afternoon.
Yeah, we're still watching this male lion, still stationary in the same position. But believe it or not, he did get up and moved a little bit, but then came and sat down in the exact same position as he's at now. There's a young female kudu came walking through here. It was quite close, to be honest with you. But then that young female kudu did manage to pick up that scent and she ran. So I'm sure she's in the thicket at the moment, hiding. And these lions are showing no interest again. There is an older female somewhere in the bush there. You just can't see her that nicely. Just glad that this male is lying on the outskirts of this bush here. You know, I often say this, but it's actually very incredible how when as big as a lion is, when they lay flat, I mean, they're almost gone. But you truly understand this when you're tracking them and you find them lying down in areas where there's very little grass, and realize that they can conceal themselves extremely well when they lay flat. And I remember doing tracking in the Timavati and Swalu. You have to be careful about tracking at this time of the day, because almost guaranteed, if it's hot, that if you're tracking a lion, that lion is going to be laying flat. And the chances of you walking into that animal without seeing it, it increases the risk. So we often used to track in the mornings and late afternoons when we think that they could be up and about, or if the head is up. But when they're lying like this, it can be quite tricky to spot them. Excuse me, sorry about that. Ethan, not really. They're not going to deliberately do that before sleeping in that area, no. But they will do it when they're being territorial. And they're walking through the bush and they're interested in advertising their territory and marking their territory. They are going to go up to bushes and rub up against the bushes, much like a house cat will. When it comes and greets you and rubs up against your leg, they do much the same on the bushes, just to leave the scent on those bushes. They also do urine markings, and they spray urine. And then also they're using scratching posts. So they'll claw a tree. That's obviously going to keep their nails nice and healthy, but it also leaves a sign for other territorial individuals or other lions that this area is occupied. And then of course the good old-fashioned roaring. That is a mass vocal sort of announcement. So everything is going to hear a male lion roaring. So the object is not to hunt when they're roaring. They're going to chase most of the prey away when they roar, because the prey is going to know where they are. And so they're doing it purely for territorial. We find, full moons is a good time for them to roar. They're not very successful during the full moon because there is too much light, and they will take those opportunities rather to mark the territory and advertise that territory. And the trick is when the rain comes, then the lion has to do it all over again, because most of that scent is going to be washed away. So this is why they need to regularly come back up to their little marking places and up to bushes. And the concept by communicating where your territory is it's a strategy to try and alleviate competition to a degree. And if the lion advertises himself and lets other animals know that, hey, I am here, this area is mine, if you're going to come in here there will be trouble, rather than totally being quiet and not making any sense, something is going to walk into the territory and there could be a big fight. So rather just announce it, and then if there's any contact made by other lions or competition, then at least they have been prior warned as to where the territory is. Now once you start to actually hear a male lion roaring, you really hear the power in the roar. It's incredibly powerful. And I'm sure BK has experienced this, and some of you have probably experienced this as well. But if the lion is roaring next to a vehicle, for example, and is roaring towards you, the sound vibrates your bones. It resonates through your bones, and then the shell of the vehicle also vibrates. You can hear the grrr sort of vibrations. It's incredibly powerful and is designed to travel the sound. So on a non-windy day, you're looking at about 5 kilometers away that you can hear a male lion roaring. If the wind is blowing the roar, it could even travel further. It's not very common that male lions roar at the heat of the day, midday. They very seldomly roar at those times. Rather roar in the morning and the late afternoon, because especially in the early morning when the air is crisp, it amplifies the sound and the sound travels a lot further. And as well throughout the night as well, when it's nice and cool, the air, that sound is going to travel very far. Hello Hannah, that's a very interesting question, and I would say yes. I would say yes. You know, in the time of the Khoisan Bushmen and being master trackers as what they were, they would be able to tell you so much about the spoor or the tracks. They would learn to identify individuals via their tracks. Bushmen would be able to track an animal, and just by what signs the animal's leaving behind, would be able to tell you things like the condition of the animal. Is the animal pregnant? And things like that. So incredible information is stored in the spoor, and the Bushmen, they learned how to read the spoor. It's very sad that knowledge is disappearing. It really is. I would have loved to have worked with Bushmen. I was lucky at Swalu. There was a Khoisan Bushman there that I worked with. Incredible. Yeah, they read the spoor like a newspaper article. Tells them all the information they need to work with. You can tell the difference between a male and a female by the spoor. You can also tell if an elephant bull is in must just by the footprints and sign. Elephant bulls, when they're in must, they tend to urinate on their back legs while walking. And if we are ever tracking an elephant and we see little what looks like watermarks on the ground, just drops by the spoor, then you know that the animal is leaking urine and testosterone, and that bull's in must. Yeah, you can also tell by the spoor if the animal's walking quickly, if it's walking slowly. Is it running fast, running slowly? If it's dragging something away by a drag mark on the ground. It's a really good environment. See this over here for them. So they've got open areas that they can see, and they've also got clumps of bushes that they could use for cover. Right now they're very inactive, but tonight, you're looking at a whole different animal when they wake up and become very active, and especially when hunting. And I've often said that, a lion in the daytime is a very different animal to when they wake up and they're operating at night. Very different animal. Now, if you enjoy reading, there's a book that I would recommend you all read. I can't remember the author, but the title is Whatever You Do, Don't Run. And this was a book that was compiled and written by a gentleman who became a guide and wrote about his experiences in the bush. Very, very good book. It's humorous as well. I think the guide had a very good sense of humor, but he talks about a whole bunch of stories about his experiences in the bush. So definitely worth a read. Okay, thanks, Jarrett. Thank you very much for that. Peter Allison is the author of the book, Whatever You Do, Don't Run. And that's the whole name of the game. If you ever go into the bush and you do manage to encounter animals on foot, you have to trick your brain not to run, because your instinct tells you, get out of there, get out of there. But you really, from early on, when you go into the bush, you need to really train your brain not to run. As soon as you run, you potentially could become seen as a meal, because at the end of the day, food runs. You stand your ground, make yourself look big, you make noise, you scream, you shout. And it's very intimidating for wildlife, because they're not expecting you to do that. What they are expecting you to do is run. And this will go much like at home. If there's bears in your country, I know all of you are trained not to run. You jingle your keys, a bunch of keys around, making that jingling sound. It helps to get a bear to run away. Much like in Africa, same thing, clapping your hands, screaming. It helps a lot just to diffuse a situation. Hey Josh, and yes, they will. They most indeed will. You're looking at a very adaptable animal, hence the reason why lions and other animals have survived so well is because they're masters of adapting to new situations, new tactics, new scenarios, new environments. So yeah, if it was only mountains on Amakhala, you'd find that they would adapt and they would do just as well as what they would in open or semi-open environments. That's one thing I've respected about wildlife from a young age, is that wildlife are not afraid to get out of their comfort zones. If it means surviving, they will find a way to adapt. Some areas of Africa, elephants have been known to be mountainous. I've seen elephants on top of one of the huge hills. It's not classified as a mountain, unfortunately, but I've seen elephants right on top before. It's getting very warm out here now. I should think we are well in the 30-degree mark. And I'm sure some of you have noticed that once we have these stinking hot days, you know, rain usually follows a couple of days after. So I believe, is it Thursday and Friday, there's some big rains expected here in the Eastern Cape. And it might be sort of, it might persist throughout the day. I'm not sure what the forecast is, but it looks like some serious moisture coming our way. Listening to a sunbird that's calling me. I think it's a greater double-collared sunbird. Yeah, greater double-collared sunbird. Seamus male lion is really comfortable where he is there. He's got a nice little section of shade there. It's ideal for him. And this breeze is sort of funneling straight onto him. So, and there is a female somewhere in that localized thicket as well. But what's nice is by pointing your nose into the wind, as you saw saw this earlier on, even though he can catch some rest and get a bit of downtime, any scent or any animals that are walking in here, especially if they are coming from the northern side, he's going to pick up their scent immediately. So they're very opportunistic like that. They always place themselves in a strategic position so they can pick up scent, or if they open their eyes, they're slightly elevated like he is now. If you get to see the topography of the land here, he is slightly elevated, and just north of him is all going downhill. So definitely a good spotting point. And on some occasions they might even lay amongst or along a game trail. An active impala path or a kudu path, lay next to it in ambush, and if they come walking past, maybe they can catch a meal. Good show. We are going to go and pick up Ralph now. He has arrived at Leeuwenbush. He wants to join myself and BK on the safari today. So we're going to go fetch him quickly. And in the meanwhile, we are going to send you over to Lisa, who has got something.
Thank you, Andrew. Yes, our giraffe is still around and still feeding. He's just come around the dam wall and is now just getting some lunch. And it really is this, I don't know, giraffe feeding or drinking to me is like an elephant sighting. It never gets old. Doesn't matter what they are doing. just want to see if see if I can actually show you the ossicones. And then you'll see he's also got some bumps here on his actual neck to his head. Now, of course, giraffes often go through osteophagia, which is when they eat bones. And, sorry, I thought I saw something in the tree on the other side. But, of course, you know that calcium intake will actually create a lot of extra bumps on their skulls. Often you'll see old giraffes with this big bump on their forehead, and that is also due to that massive intake, you know, during their lifetime of the calcium. But I suspect, I don't know, I suspect these bumps at the back could also be from that. But again, you know, if we weren't there, we wouldn't know. We can speculate as much as we want with the information that we have, but it might have been a necking injury. Of course, the male giraffes do neck to establish dominance. And often they will actually, you know, every now and again it does happen that they actually kill one another because they cause internal bleeding. Or one of my former colleagues actually had a sighting where the other giraffe, you know, went for the legs directly. And the opposing giraffe unfortunately fell straight to his head and sadly did not get up again. And he's got an oxpecker on him. But yes, that is actually what causes the bone to be exposed on top of the horns, or the ossicones as we call them. Of course, female giraffes do not go through that practice, so often they will have fluffy horns, very dainty, beautiful and delicate. But the males, you can actually see the bone on top of the horns. Oh, man, if I could have one thing of an animal, it would be either the eyelashes of a giraffe or an elephant. Of course, you know, with elephants, they have those long lashes to protect the eyes when they are mud bathing or dust bathing. But with giraffes, it's specifically for this reason. Those lashes are actually protecting the eyes when they do go in and between the actual thorns of trees that they are feeding on. Jeez, you've got a giraffe, an oxpecker party on you, giraffe. So, I have the next one for our Afrikaans quiz, since we are doing that again today, just for fun. So, our next animal is Soendeval se kousband slang. It's it's a very confusing one. But Soendeval se kousband slang. Hopefully I got you guys on this one. We shall see, but I doubt it. From my experience with all of you, you are brilliant with these riddles and anagrams and Afrikaans names and all of that. So we shall see if you get it. Julie, you would like to know if one can determine the age of a giraffe by just looking at the ossicones. I mean, it can give you an indication, you know, as to, okay, well, this is definitely a more experienced giraffe. Often you'll see them, you know, with a lot of scarring on the actual skin. But no, I want to say no, because a giraffe to me is also like an elephant. You know, often you think, okay, well, that elephant has really, really huge tusks, so it must be very, very, very old. It's not always the case. Some of them just have really good genes, and the same with giraffes. I've seen even male giraffes with really thin ossicones. So it depends, but you can definitely use it as an indication, you know, to sort of lead you towards, okay, well, it's in its prime or it's past its prime. Of course, you know, giraffes become about anything from 30 to 40 years old. So you can definitely use it as an indicator, but I wouldn't say it will be giving you the exact age.
Oh my goodness, everyone. I did not think I would ever face my fears like this.
Just bear with me. I'm just trying to find these silly birds, but as always, they are challenging me. Animal lover, you are saying I seem to be having a lot of fun. What is my favorite part of my job? Well, first and foremost, I don't think we can call this a job. It is. It's a lot of fun, and it's actually such a big privilege, you know, to be doing what we do and actually call it a job. But, jeez, definitely interacting with all of you. As I mentioned yesterday, you know, there's one thing that connects all of us, and that is the love and passion for wildlife that we share. So that is definitely my favorite part of doing what we do, not just necessarily on Escape to Nature, but I think at Wild Earth in general. But yes, that, and of course, you know, the fact specifically with what I do here at the waterholes is just obviously get to observe all of these animals without them even knowing that we are here. So, you know, they are not doing anything or altering their behavior or anything like that. We just get to observe them, and luckily luckily for all of you, we do just get to observe them, and they can't hear us because I think sometimes my laugh and comments and all of that might chase them away. So yes, but definitely, I think everything about it is my favorite part. I think you really just have to embrace absolutely anything and everything that you do. Alrighty, I'm going to keep an eye on this giraffe and of course see if anything else comes by. But we do have a baby zebra in Okokoyo, so let's go there. Surprise, she gave birth. I finally convinced her. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It would have been wonderful. But no, this is a different harem. I'm just trying to... you can just see the tiny one there. I think, I'm not sure, but I think there might be two foals. Because when I saw them approaching from afar, it seemed like there might have been two tiny bodies. But we shall just see. Hopefully we can get some cute... Ooh, our kulias are back. You see, yesterday was just... literally New Year. All of the animals were just taking it easy. Oh, just look at the tiny one. And it truly is something you can see time and again, and it never gets old. For me specifically, a baby zebra. Michelle, you've got an answer to our our next very confusing Afrikaans animal name. You are asking, is it a garter snake? So yes, it is a Highveld garter snake or Soenderval garter snake. Now for those of you that don't know, kousband, which is the Afrikaans word, does mean garter. Like you have on your wedding. The lady's got one on her leg when she gets married. You see, there's another baby. Sorry, got very distracted there. Oh my goodness, what's happening? Why is everyone bolting? Oh, we've got an Ellie coming. I get back to the Ellie just now, but I just want to see, because literally all of the animals got a fright now. It might have just been from the people at camp. I just want to make sure. Alright, well, not sure what the fuss was about. We've got an oryx! They still exist. Just look how tiny and scrawny that zebra is. You see, there is two of them. Nice. But we do have an Ellie on the way. I do not think that's what gave them a fright, because they were definitely running from something on this side of the walls also. I think it might have just been people or something that gave them a fright. But there's an elephant. And this is our single bull that we see every now and again, that sometimes joins up with herds and sometimes joins up with the bachelors for a little bit. But you can see very characteristic tusks, as the one tusk has broken off, sadly. And again, I wouldn't be able to tell you what caused that. It might have been a fight with another elephant. Maybe it injured itself while debarking a tree. It really can be so many things. If you were not there to actually physically see it break off, then we can speculate for 100 years about why this elephant just has one tusk. But it's not like the elephant we saw yesterday in Juma. That elephant just had one tusk alone. This one does have two tusks. Just the one is visible because the other side is broken off. And Ukukoyo is finally alive again. We've got zebras, elephant, oryx, springbok. Not sure what that thing in the back is. I think it's also another oryx. I think so. Mandy, you are saying, I like your name by the way. My cousin has the same name. You are saying elephants at Okukoyo are always such a treat. I definitely agree with you, and I just want to see what is hassling these animals. Of course, the elephant is not too fazed by it. Just want to make double sure. Sorry, I'll come back to the Ellie now. You see, this is where the camp is, so I think it might just be some noise from the actual camp that might have given them a bit of a fright. But yes, Mandy, sorry, I agree with you. I love elephants in Okukoyo. I love elephants, full stop, but they really are a treat here in Okukoyo. Whether it's just one elephant or a whole herd. The day before yesterday, we had quite the standoff between 4 elephants actually. So peaceful. I'm just happy all of the animals are finally waking up again. So I've got the next one for our Afrikaans animal names, if you are ready for it. Our next one is something we do see here in Okukoyo. I haven't seen it in a while though, but we do often see it. And that is a swart kop reier. Swart kop reier. What do you think that is? What aminal? Alrighty, while you ponder on what a swartkop reier is, I'm going to keep an eye on our beautiful elephants. And in the meantime, I'm going to send you over to Nick, who is watching some buffalo.
Welcome to the warm and slightly windy Kariega. Another beautifully hot day here today. Another cracker actually, such a nice day. Just to introduce myself, I'm Nick. I'm going to be your photo naturalist for today. Yeah, and I think with this heat that we've got today, everybody's just looking to stay cool. We're here at one of the mud wallows just off Scotia Dam, and these buffaloes have got the spot. Yeah, it's quite nice to see the difference in behavior from the buffaloes that we saw yesterday compared to the ones today. Obviously with the change of weather today being quite a bit more warmer, everybody's getting involved in the mud much more. Remember yesterday the buffaloes that we saw kind of came down for a drink, tentatively one or two kind of lay down in the water, and today everybody's just getting involved. Yeah, and they've been here for quite a while. They've definitely found the spot. There are one or two sort of on the peripheries that are not in the water itself, that are kind of quite happy to do their thing. See them taking it easy. And I think yeah, the guys in the water, that's the prime real estate. That's where you want to be. Yeah, so we've got, like I was saying, Scotia Dam just off to our left-hand side here. And obviously there we've got water that's a lot nicer for drinking, you know, not as muddy. So this spot where these buffaloes are, it's nice to coat themselves in that mud, protect themselves from the sun. But I must say, I've looked at Scotia Dam once or twice this morning. I thought, gee, that water must be nice and inviting. It's probably what all the people are thinking in Durban, looking out at the ocean. But now that they have opened those beaches up, maybe there's some adventurous souls heading down there. Sandra, thanks for the question. Do buffaloes dig to create their own wallows? No, they don't. I've never seen a buffalo digging to create a wallow, or heard of a buffalo digging to create a wallow. So what you do sometimes get is wildebeest bulls. Remember, the wildebeest bulls are territorial, and they've got a preorbital gland by the eye to scent mark, and then they've got another gland sort of between their toes, or their hooves rather than their toes, and they will scrape the ground to try and get that scent into the ground, and they kind of scuff at the ground, and that starts like a little depression, and then often their territories are kind of in nice big sort of open clearings, and that continuous sort of scraping and moving of some of the substrate creates a small depression, and then maybe you have a nice bit of rain, and a warthog or something comes, and he really tries to roll around and get that small little patch of mud if he can to coat himself when it's hot, and then maybe it dries up and a wildebeest bull tries to scent mark again, and in the end it creates a big depression, and then you've got your larger bodied animals, your buffaloes and your rhinos and things like that, that go there to wallow, and on the outskirts of that wallow the grass gets trampled and it grows larger and larger in size. So that's sometimes how some of these little mud wallows may form, so not directly from the buffalo, but they're definitely benefiting from it. But thanks for the question, Sandra. That's a good one. Yeah, obviously we were saying the wind has picked up a bit more today than yesterday. It's been very interesting to see. Yesterday there were yellow-billed kites, and there were some crows flying all over the place constantly throughout the day. Obviously with this wind that we've got today, it's harder to navigate those winds. Got a raptor or two flying around every now and then, but definitely not as much as yesterday. it's amazing to watch all these little differences, you know, the day-to-day differences of how the animals move around and navigate weather and differences in the changes and things like that.
It's the end of another year here at Wilder. And what a year it has been. Escape to Nature and The Wild Show were born along with our brand new app. We couldn't be happier to welcome back James, Steve, and Lauren in the new year, who once again will be part of the permanent team. We are grateful to every single one of you who has watched Wild Earth this year, and a very big thanks to our explorers. Without you, none of this would be possible. Happy holidays.
And obviously you compare sort of a ruminant like a buffalo to an elephant. You know, you have a look at elephant dung and you can see there's bits of, depending on the time of the year, roots and bark and leaves and grasses and things like that. Fruits, not nearly as well digested as buffalo dung. Sorry about that little interruption in the video there, guys. So I think this buffalo on the left hand side, I would say, seems to have the best spot. Looks like a good bit of water there. You know, everybody else is kind of dealing with more mud. I feel like he's got a good combination of mud and water. You can see every now and then a little flick of the ears. You know, with it being so hot, there are a few of those little midges flying around, obviously just trying to chase them off. And still continuing my search from yesterday for the little red-billed oxpecker on any of these buffaloes. Can imagine with winds like we've got today, if he's trying to fly maybe from one herd to another, it's obviously very doable, but not nearly as easy as if it was a still, calm day. So maybe that's one of the reasons why we're not seeing so many oxpeckers on this herd today. Lucas, thanks for your question. In terms of the difference of the two different buffalo species, so basically what we're looking at here, this is the Cape buffalo. You'll also get the forest buffalo, which you'll find more in sort of Central Africa and things like that. So the Cape buffalo is going to be bigger in size than the forest buffalo. You know, but a forest buffalo is going to be much smaller. You know, one of these Cape buffaloes, a big male, may weigh 700, 800 kilos, whereas a forest buffalo is probably going to be closer to 450, 500 kilos. So pretty much going to be about half the size. And then obviously in America you're going to have the bison, the American bison, who's got a sort of a different weight distribution to the body. So for the bison, it's got a lot of its weight at the front of its body, sort of high shoulders tapering down to a lower sort of hindquarters, and then obviously a massive head. But obviously for those bison, you're not going to find them in Africa. So in Africa, the Cape buffalo and the forest, Cape buffalo, yeah, and forest buffalo. So all of the buffaloes that we see here and in South Africa, Cape buffalo. Yeah, and you look at them now and you think they're pretty chilled. But once they get up and moving, once there's a bit of adrenaline in the system, you've got to be very, very careful of these guys. I don't know if anybody's watched that incredible clip, the Battle of Kruger, where that big herd of buffalo were heading down to have a drink at the edge of the water. Pride of Lions was there. Successfully managed to grab one of the buffaloes from the herd, and obviously the first instinct from the herd was just to run off. Then the bellows of that buffalo called the sort of the herd back, you know, urged that herd to come back and help that individual. And that's quite a almost like a, for lack of a better word, a common thing to see. You know, if lions do grab a buffalo, the initial shock sends them away, and then the bellows will call the herd back, you know. So it's not an isolated incident in this video, in this little clip. And I mean, when that herd turned back, and you can see, I mean, they're furious that these lions are here, and it's just like a wall of horns. And they're muscular, huh? I mean, a buffalo, yes, you look at it and it's a big animal, but I mean, underneath that sort of small layer of fat that they've got on the surface is an incredible amount of muscle. I wouldn't want to be on the wrong end of that. I was doing a walk a few years ago, tracking an elephant bull, and we heard the sound of hoofbeats and dust rising up in the distance, not too far away from us. And we immediately knew buffalo. It was quite close to a waterhole. And to this day, I'm not sure if they picked up on our scent or what it was, but these buffalo were moving. Couldn't see them because the bush was so thick. And we climbed a tree, and a herd of, it was huge, must have been sort of 80 buffaloes or something like that, came stampeding right through where we were. Luckily we were safely up in the tree. It wasn't a thorn tree either. Yeah, you can look back at it and have a chuckle. Yeah, you know, incidents like that, the first tree you get to, you're going up that tree. Adrenaline sends you up there. You don't even mind that there's thorns there. Then you've got to get back down once that adrenaline's kind of eased off. Definitely far rather be safe on the vehicle. Susan, in terms of buffaloes getting moles and things like that, I haven't seen anything like that before. I haven't heard of it. You know, they can get things like abscesses and things like that, definitely. And in terms of moles, I haven't seen any moles or anything like that on buffalo before. It's an interesting question. As with most animals out here, the resilience of the buffalo is incredible. To both diseases and parasites. Yeah, yesterday we saw that water that had a little bit of algae growing in it, and we were talking about how the animals aren't really worried about that. You know, even for buffalo, if they have to run through a thicket for some reason, and they you know, maybe a thorn or two kind of scratches against them and opens up the skin a bit. You know, something that for us you'd think, sheesh, that's going to be a serious infection going to set in there. You know, the resilience of these animals is amazing, very, very strong. You know, we were talking about now the absence of the red-billed oxpecker on this particular herd. You know, they definitely play a part as well in terms of if one of these buffaloes did have a big open gash, you know, maybe lion had tried to attack one of them or something like the thorns that we were talking about. You know, the body's natural response is obviously to the oxpeckers, their job on the buffalo, obviously they help take the ticks off and things like that, which is amazing. However, at the same time, if they do have an open wound, they sometimes, or they quite often go around that wound and peck around there. They're obviously eating ticks, but looking for little bits of blood and things like that as well, dried up blood. And that continuous pecking at it is not great for the wound. It prevents it from healing as fast as it could. But still, it's not like it's going to be life-threatening. It just takes longer to heal. The buffalo soldiers on. There is a second little mud wallow kind of just behind where I am, and there's nobody in that mud wallow at the moment. I'm hoping that some warthog might come down and have a little mud wallow as well. I did see what I thought was a sow with tiny little piglets, but it was very far away, and it was just a fleeting glimpse. But I'm sure I saw some piglets, and I'm really hoping that warthog will make another appearance, and that hopefully, if there are piglets, we can show you. This buffalo settling back down again. Interesting how our calf on the right has just been standing pretty much the whole time. There's not much sign from the herd that anybody's looking to possibly get up and move. No one's really too restless. You kind of think that little calf might take a cue from mom and maybe lie down next to it. Not much of a shadow being cast from mom to even get a little bit of a cooler spot, with it being kind of midday. Tracy, in terms of your question, that's a good one. Are there any plants to strengthen an animal's immune system? Not that I've heard of. Sure, I'll do a little bit of research on that. But you look at some types of plants that have got sort of antibacterial properties and things like that. Sure, but you think about the quantity of those properties in a plant. Yeah, I'll do a little bit of research if there is a plant for a buffalo, but none that I know of. You take maybe you think about even something like a monarch butterfly. So remember, the caterpillars of the monarch butterfly, they feed on the leaves of the milkweed plant. That have got some toxins in the leaves there, and those caterpillars, once they morph into butterflies, they're able to kind of synthesize those toxins from the leaf to use themselves, to make them sort of toxic to other birds and things like that as well. So those sort of properties of the plant is being assimilated But I mean, that's obviously a far smaller organism than what a buffalo is. So you'd need larger quantities if it's going to strengthen a buffalo's immune system. I guess nature always finds a way to, if there is a deficiency in anything, to find the solution. You look at something like even giraffes, you know, that need a little bit of a boost in terms of calcium, that they will find some old bones and things like that, you know, rib bones and some of the smaller little bits of bones, and they will lick them and suck them to try and get some extra calcium from that. You know, you think of salt licks and things like that as well. Buffalo at the front having a good look at us here. She's just turned away. I can see she's nicely coated in mud there. And very vigilant. You can see the grasses in the frame in the foreground blowing kind of from right to left. So maybe she's picking up on the scent of some other animals. That's the direction that she's looking at there. In the distance there are some zebras quite far away. See, she's very alert, looking around. Remember, when it's windy like this, it's much more difficult to hear as well as if it's completely still. So maybe that's why she's kind of just being a little bit extra vigilant. Our buffaloes definitely look very settled, very comfortable here. The water is definitely going to be the place to be for today, so I'm going to spend a bit more time here. But let's take you across to Lisa in Okukuyo, who's got some of her answers from the Afrikaans quiz.
Thank you, Nick. So this is now, let me just make sure, but yes, this is the different Ellie. In the meantime, we've had another Ellie come along as well. And so there were 2 elephants here at Okukuyo, but the one has left us again. They're so rude when they do that, you know. Yes, no, this is a different Ellie. You can see both of his tusks are broken. And again, I wouldn't be able to tell you why that happened or how it happened exactly with this elephant, but it can happen when they do challenge each other. I actually used to work with a very famous elephant. He is the elephant that is featured in a, I'm not even sure if I'm allowed to mention the name again now, but he is featured in the advertisements of a very, very famous liqueur that we have here in South Africa. It's got an elephant on the bottle, and of course in the advertisements they use a certain elephant. But anyway, this elephant, you know, he was of course very famous for his tusks, and that is why he was the model or the chosen model. And so he had a fight with one of the other elephant bulls the one day. And this particular elephant actually had one of his tusks break off, or splinter off, I should say. I remember at the time it was very, very stressful for the lodge, because we were like, okay, well, you know, will this particular brand still use him? What is going to be the outcome? And the brilliant thing about all of that was they said, you know, that's perfectly fine. An elephant is allowed to break another elephant's tusk or take another elephant's tusk. It's when humans take their tusks that, you know, it's absolutely inexcusable. And that to us was just so, so, so beautiful. And he continued, and to my knowledge is still the model and ambassador for that particular liqueur. And that was just so, so beautiful. So I suspect, just like, you know, that particular elephant, this elephant probably had a bit of a tiff with another bull, broke his tusks. Or as I say, sometimes, you know, they can become so, so, so set on debarking a tree or pushing over a tree, and then in the process they could potentially hurt their tusks or break their tusks. But like this, to our knowledge, it wouldn't hurt too much. But again, you know, I'm not this elephant. I don't know what it's been through and how it's feeling. But for the most part, from what we know, you know, just like a rhino's horn, what you see is not everything. It's like your fingernail. If you clip your fingernails, you know, it doesn't hurt. But if you were to, you know, go a bit further, then it definitely, as soon as you hit the nerve, then it's definitely going to become a more painful experience. So it really is the same with ellies and rhinos and other animals. Woohoo! We've got some answers for our swartkopperreier. Michelle, Darcy, and then, I'm sorry, who was? Lorraine, sorry. You guys all got it correct. You said it is a black-headed heron. Well done, well done. You guys are really just on it. You know, I was thinking earlier on, maybe I should incorporate an anagram as well, you know, use an Afrikaans word, then make it an anagram, and then have you guys guess. But we won't do that today. That is a bit unfair, I think. But well done, swartkopperreier, black-headed heron. I think I'll do one last, perhaps a bird or another reptile, and then we'll go back over to some mammals. We haven't done a lot of mammals today. I will just give it a little bit of a think and see what we can use. Ooh, that's a good one. Sorry, I'm just browsing through my Bush Bible just to see if I can try and make it a little bit tricky, but I know it's not going to be. You are all brilliant with these quizzes. Or your fingertips are just really, really quick with with researching the answers. And believe it or not, I don't want to be too loud when I say it, but we've got oryxes. I thought we had lost them completely to Ukokoyo, but they are slowly starting to reappear. Oh, and I really do hope I get to show you that herd of elands. The day before yesterday I had a massive herd of elands, and there were at least like a good 10 or 11, even perhaps 15 calves amongst them. But as the animals know, it was towards the end of Sunset Safari. They knew exactly when to come. All right. So our next one for the Afrikaans animal quiz is A. Blou stert koppie skink. Now if you were to translate that directly, it would mean blue tail cup paw. Just to throw you completely off your game. But as I say, blou stert koppie skink is the next one. Blue tail cup paw. So blou stert koppie skink. That is our next Afrikaans animal name. Directly translated, it means blue tail cup paw. Just to completely throw you off your game now, hopefully. I doubt it, but let's see. Let's see if you can get that one. Look at the baby zebra. It's a little Nunu.
Here at Wild Earth, we take great pride in curating our best animal content for you. Would you like our very best animal stories, highlights, questions, and the inside scoop on all things Wild Earth before anyone else? Find it all, as well as info on our exciting plans going forward first, in the newsletter handmade just for you. Available to all Wild Earth explorers.
And of course, there is some rain predicted for Okukoyo, but again, never go on weather forecasts. Specifically, I've seen personally here in Okukoyo. But that being said, there has been a little bit of cloud build up from this morning. This morning it was completely open, blue skies, sunshine. And now it seems like it is slowly covering up. So hopefully, it's not going to be great for us, but it will definitely be very interesting for us to then see, how that is going to influence the animals' movements. Because yesterday, early in the morning, we had a storm in Okukoyo, and yesterday we saw very, 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 very few animals, which is very odd for Okukoyo. But you never know. Maybe the sunshine sticks around, maybe it goes. But of course, Okukoyo is in dire need of water. This elephant almost seems very indecisive on what it wants to do. But that is just how they rest, especially if they are also cooling down simultaneously, just taking a little bit of a break, cooling themselves off. But I will most definitely keep my eyes glued to Okukoyo and this beautiful elephant, and of course, the Djuma Dam Cam. But while I do that, I'm going to send you back to Nick, who's in Kariga.
And from beautiful elephants to some eland. Thanks, Lisa. Yeah, looks like the whole herd's actually just gotten up. They were all lying down. So a little bit of activity coming from our eland, which is lovely. Yeah, so similar to our buffaloes that we've just been having a look at, another big-bodied animal. So remember, both our male and female eland are going to have some horns. The big male that was at the front, he's just got up and moved to the back out of view now. Hilary, thanks for the question. In terms of some of the differences between eland and gemsbok, so if you look at the horns of this eland, you can see that they're relatively short, whereas for a gemsbok, so the other name is an oryx, they're going to be much longer, much bigger. And then in terms of size, your eland is big. You know, it's definitely going to be bigger than an oryx or a gemsbok. So your oryx, you generally find a lot of them in quite arid areas. You know, there's always those beautiful pictures that come out of places like Namibia and things like that, on the dune fields and things like that. However, although there are physical differences, both the eland and the oryx are very good at surviving with very small amounts of water. They've got these physiological strategies that allow them to help minimize the amount of water that they lose through evaporation. Yeah, so we were saying now about the horns being a bit different. Remember, for the gemsbok, their horns come up and they arch backwards. Beautiful, big horns. So I hope that answers your question. Good question. Thank you so much, Hillary. And if anyone else has got any questions, any comments or anything like that, send them in. I'd love to hear your thoughts, your opinions, what's going on in the mind there. Yeah, I recently did a lovely hike in the Drakensberg, and there was a massive herd of eland. Must have been sort of 40-50 eland or so, and had the sort of the escarpment of the Drakensberg in the back around sort of Tugela Falls area, and I was actually going on a little jog myself. And had a beautiful scene with all of these eland running in front. It was lovely. Yeah, and then I mean, if you have a look at the eland as a species, you know, I was saying now that I had this beautiful view of them in the Drakensberg, which it was lovely. And then, you know, you go through different places in the Drakensberg and you get lots of sort of rock art and things like that from from the Sand people. And I mean, these eland are quite central to their beliefs, huh? So I mean, the whole concept of rock art and eland and things like that, the eland was a strong sort of part of their identity, really. And the eland that they would paint on the walls wouldn't really be the real eland that they were seeing at the time, in a sense, but more of possibly the eland that they were sort of seeing in the spiritual world as it is. Sorry about that there, guys, having a few little technical difficulties there today. Little lapse in video there. Yeah, so obviously, like we said, the eland very important to the sort of the identity of the Sand people. So you'd see a lot of the rock art all around the place. And I mean, to them as well, the eland was, it's a significant animal. And I mean, even if you look at it now, you know, you've obviously got your males and your females, and your males are going to be slightly bigger in body size than your females. And in most of your antelope species, your females will hold a higher sort of fat content in the body. But with the eland, that's reversed. It's actually the male who holds a higher sort of fat density than what the female does, which is quite interesting, I think. Justine, thanks for the comment. 100%, they're absolutely spectacular horns. Almost do look fake, but I can guarantee you they are real. Now I'm just going to pause here on the zebras, and I'm sure the path that these eland were taking, they should walk right behind those zebra. Here we go, there's the first one. Yeah, lovely. We've got blesbok there in the foreground as well. Nice little smattering of animals here. Yeah, so the eland have got the slightly kind of spiraled horns, not nearly as spiraled as the sort of something like a kudu, but they are absolutely spectacular horns. Now they've kind of just walked to the right hand side of that zebra, and on the other side of that little ridge line, so they're kind of just out of picture. And I'm just going to take you to the right a little bit. There is a tiny little blesbok here. There he is there, look at that. Look at the difference in colour, very pale little thing. I know he's kind of hiding behind mom quite well there. But I'm sure there'll be a little bit of movement coming up, and we'll get a lovely view of him. Unless he sits down like that. Now let's just wait and see if it pokes its head up. You can see, remember we talked about the wind with the buffalo earlier, about being a little bit harder to see, or at least to hear. So it'll be the same for these blesbok here. You know, they'll have their head down actively feeding, and then quite often they'll lift their heads up, scan around, see if there's any potential threats. Come on, little one, read the script for us here. Look at this blessbook on the right here. Looks like a nice big male, that one. If he has to lift his head up and look towards us, I'm sure that that whiter blaze on his face is going to be so nicely highlighted by the sun with these conditions that we've got. That'll be a stunning picture. I mean, if he had to look up towards us and maybe that little calf could show itself a bit more, oof, that would be incredible. So remember, if that's the type of picture that we're wanting to get, that the female and the calf must be standing sort of laterally, probably 2 meters or so behind the male. So we want a slightly higher f-stop again. Oh, if he can just stay there for us. He's kept walking. That's okay, you know, you can't have it all. Let's maybe stick here and wait to see if we can see the little youngster, the little calf. That. Using mum to get a bit of shade. No, off you go. I'm going to stay with this blessbook and see if we can get a different angle possibly of this little youngster. But in the meantime, let's take you across to Okukuyo.
Thank you so much, Nick. I'm going to be very honest with you. That baby blessbook might be cuter than my baby zebra. Still contemplating, but I think so. It really is very, very, very adorable. Our zebras have also come and gone. Our Ellie has left. And I'm really, really just holding my thumbs for big elephant herd today, with some babies, perhaps some splashing around and cooling off. We've got an answer to our Afrikaans animal name quiz. Animal lover, you are saying you think it's a porcupine. Good guess, but no. A porcupine is a eystervark, which means iron pig if you were to directly translate that. So it is not a porcupine. Darcy Miller. You are saying you think it's a blue wax bill. It is not, Darcy Miller. I feel so victorious. I finally got you. It is not a blue wax bill, no. Michelle, you are saying you think it's a lizard, a blue-tongued skink. So also not completely correct, however you are the closest. So it is a blauwstert koppie skink, is a 5-lined or a rainbow skink. It's a lizard, and if you do not know what they look like, do go research it. They are very, very, very fascinating. The sexual dimorphism is almost like a nyala. Male and female do not even seem like they belong to the same species. So it is a rainbow skink, and I finally got you guys. But we'll go back to the mammals and see what other tricky ones we can do. But thank you for playing. You guys are really good sports. I really do enjoy these games and quizzes and everything with you. And Darcy Miller, thank you for your suggestion today of asking when we will be doing it again. I really like and appreciate that you guys enjoy these games. But yes, the more I'm just paging through my Bush Bible, the more it's just, ugh. Some of these actually sound like swear words. Just want to have a quick scan around, see if any animals are approaching or perhaps lurking about that we might not see. However, that being said, the last sighting I had here, had we not seen those 3 lions active in the morning, we would not have known they were hiding in the bush the whole day. Just bear with me. I just want to make sure. As you all know by now, I like to rather always check absolutely everything. But we have not seen a secretary bird or korriebuster in quite some time. So, of course, Ukukoyo is very, very famous for the oryxes, which we refer to as a gemsbok in Afrikaans. But what animal is a Baster gemsbok? Baster gemsbok. Which I don't want to translate that. It's going to be... Some people might be offended by the word. Baster gemsbok. I want to see. I think I saw our Ellie. The cloud cover is making it a little bit tricky now. You can just see the outline of it against the tree line. Alrighty, well, remember your next one is Buster Gemsbok, which they do share some similarities with the actual Gemsbok or the oryx. But while you have a head scratch on that one, I'll keep an eye on our water holes and see what comes along and hopefully encourage the animals to come along. But while I do that, I'm going to send you back to our Mr. Photographer in Kariga.
And we've got a stunning scene here. This is the other little mud wallow just on the right hand side that we were talking about. And we've managed to get Thandi here. And that looks like her calf behind her with a bit of stage fright. So the little patch of mud that I was telling you about is just on our right hand side. I'm zoomed out as much as I can. I'm hoping that she's going to head down there for us. So she is relatively close to the car. Remember, we talked about there being lots of wind, so I'm just going to keep my voice down a little bit. Jason, I'm so happy that we could get Thandi for you. Yeah, this is awesome, absolutely incredible. Yeah, since I've come back to Kariga now, this is the first time in 2023 that I've seen her, so this is incredible. This is amazing. You can see both of them at some point earlier today have had a good mud wallow. The mud has dried up already. If they have had a mud wallow, there's a good chance they're probably going to head off to feed, I would say. But let's see what they get up to. Don't know if you can hear it. I mean, there is a lot of wind and things, but the calf is doing a lot of whining, you know, calling towards mom, towards Thandi.
Would you like a stay in the African bush? Open to all explorers. Sign up and stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at the fantastic Mashatu Lodge in Botswana. This bucket list prize includes daily safari drives, traditional African cuisine, spacious luxury suites, and a promise of sheer relaxation. Sign up now and stand a chance to win.
yellow-bill kite that's just flown past that has just made them a little bit nervous. You can see the size differences quite nicely now amongst all of them. You can see buffaloes in the background and our giraffe as well. Little toilet stop. So remember, if this was a male possibly urinating there, we would be able to differentiate the male from being a dominant one to sort of a subordinate one in terms of the way they urinate. The dominant male is going to urinate with a stream, at least with a spray, sorry. The urine would come out as a spray, and that subordinate male more as a stream. Wow, what an incredible scene. He's just analyzing the urine there. That's why he's lifting his head and pulling the lips back like that. It'll be interesting to see what happens in terms of the buffalo in front of her. You know, possibly she was thinking about that little mud wallow there, but obviously there are a lot of buffaloes there already, so I'd imagine she would kind of just make her way around the buffaloes. But let's have a look and see. This is amazing interaction to see here. Have a look at that. The buffaloes are actually moving off. Remember, the buffaloes have been there now for probably a good 2 hours or so. Look, there's always one in the family. That buffalo there in the center in the mud. Always one of the family who goofs around. Yeah, what an absolutely incredible scene. Rhino, buffalo, giraffe, and even zebra, top left of the frame there. Lebo, thanks for your question. Are there large predators at Kariega? There are. So the largest predator will be lion. They will be the apex predator. There will be leopard here as well, but they, you know, with the habitat being quite dense, you know, you've got lots of big valleys and things like that. They're going to be quite hard to find. Remember, they are a lot more secretive than what lions are. And you will also find caracal, although that is one of your smaller predators as opposed to a large predator. You can see that giraffe feeding on some of the leaves in the background there. it'll be interesting to see if some of these buffaloes do head down to Scotia Dam. You know, obviously nice, clean, fresh water to drink as opposed to, you know, mud that they've been wallowing in. So it'll be interesting to see their movements from here. Wow, that was incredible. Those the 3 rhino were right next to the vehicle, and I mean, every time I was talking they would prick their ears up and they would listen, and you could see, you know, they were trying to figure out exactly what's happening here with all the wind. That's why I was trying to keep my voice down a little bit lower. You know, in those instances you've just got to take it in. I mean, that's incredible. Obviously the whole plight of the rhino that we've got at the moment, the war we've got on with rhino poaching, and, you know, Thandi being the face of, you know, fighting back against that poaching, the whole story behind her. So that's just absolutely incredible to have her right up next to the vehicle like that. So remember when they were closer to the vehicle, we were chatting about them being coated in mud already. So this is now at least their 2nd mud wallow for the day. Who knows, it could even be the 3rd. But it's definitely at least their 2nd mud wallow for the day. It is cooking today. I wouldn't mind getting a little bit of that mud, slapping it on my legs. I've got some shorts on today. I'm turning very quickly from lobster to red. Pink to lobster, rather. But to have an amazing sighting like that, I mean, that's just, all else just fades away. It's incredible how even when there was that yellow-billed kite that just flew just above them, I think it was just out of frame, and he gave that distinctive little trill, that little call of theirs, how it unsettled them, you know, combined with the wind. Would have been very interesting to see what happened, what would have happened at least, if those buffalo had only just gotten to that mud wallow, if they would have been so willing to get up and move. You know, like we said, they'd been there for, sure, an hour, 2 hours already. Remember out here, everything's basically based on a size hierarchy. You know, you think of a herd of elephants or something, if they approached a mud wallow and there was a single buffalo in there, or a single rhino or something, you know, obviously then there's going to be a making of way and things like that. And that's what's so nice, that we get to show you all these little nuances. You know, we're not just showing you rhinos mud wallowing and buffaloes mud wallowing, showing you the interactions of, you know, these finer little intricacies, these finer details. And look at that, our secretary bird is back in the center of the frame, walking from left to right. He's poking around, having a look to see if he can find any lunch for himself there. all happening. Egyptian goose in the foreground there. Pamela, in terms of the adaptations of secretary birds in terms of food becoming scarce, obviously they're going to be able to fly from area to area if there's small sort of microcosm changes and things like that. And then also just a variety of things that they will eat. You think about the secretary bird, one of their favorite foods to eat is snakes. And obviously in terms of winter time, when it's a lot cooler, snakes, you're not seeing them as often as you would see them in summer. So the secretary bird kind of just slightly changing its diet to include more sort of, if you think of like gerbils and rice, gerbils and mice. Oh goodness, got me tongue twisted there. So just kind of a slight change of food. They'll even eat things like insects, grasshoppers and things like that. It's even been documented of eating birds' eggs. You think of things like francolins and things like that, of eating francolin eggs and things like that. So very adaptable birds. I can see the buffaloes at the back slowly moving off to do a bit of grazing now. It looks like one or two of them on the left hand side of the frame did have a drink at the dam there, slake their thirst. Been an easy day, a lazy day for the buffalo so far. Haven't moved around too much. And I've been keeping a lookout for our female giraffe with that tiny little calf that we saw yesterday. Haven't seen them today. There was a small group of males that was moving around, but I've yet to see any female giraffe, let alone our female giraffe with the little calf. So I'd imagine that these rhinos are probably going to lie in the mud for quite a while. It is still very hot. Those buffaloes will eventually move off, completely, I'd say. And it'll be very interesting to see if these rhinos do get up and move off, what will happen after that. I'm still sure I saw some little piglets running far, warthog piglets running far in the distance at the edge of the thicket this morning. Obviously the sow, the mother, would be very nervous of coming to, or wary of coming to a mud wallow with large-bodied animals like buffaloes and rhinos and things here, especially if she's got such small little piglets. But it'll be interesting to see if they do come down to this mud wallow. Not that we want to rush our rhinos off at all.
See, they are thoroughly combing this beautiful impala. Welcome to the lovely Djuma. You can see it's nice and hot and humid, which is why this impala is just chilling in the shade. There's literally so much going on in this scene right now. The rumination, you can actually see the food going up and down the actual throat. But of course, how interesting are these oxpeckers? It's not often that we get to see this. You can literally see them combing through each inch of the body of this impala. And they're, of course, you know, preening the actual hairs, but of course in the process looking for some ticks and parasites that they can also feed on. This is so cool. Personally, I have never seen this, not for this long. Myself and our Zumi have been observing this for quite a while now. A good few minutes, and this impala is just so patient. At one stage, one of the oxpeckers did, I think, go a little bit too deep into an ear, and then he sort of shook them off, but then they all came back. But just look at that absolute precision. And again, you know, this is something we often talk about and refer to and generally see a lot, you know, on Wild Earth. But it's not often that we get to see it this close, because this impala is literally right under the dam cam. So to see the actual hairs and how the oxpeckers don't miss one bit. You can see those animated eyes, as I always refer to it. It literally looks like a sticker. Those popping stickers, you know, those ones you use for arts and crafts. Does not seem like a real eye at all. But this, I don't know, for me personally, this is by far one of our coolest sightings we've had on Escape to Nature. And then, I mean, if the oxpeckers aren't enough to to keep you fully entertained, you can also see the regurgitation. You'll see when the impala stops chewing, he'll swallow, and then if you watch the bottom of the actual throat, you'll see another ball of cud coming up the actual throat. But this, oh man, this is so cool. I've never seen this for so long. So many oxpeckers on one animal. Maybe he's getting ready for a date or something. He's hired the oxpeckers to make him look sharp. Oh, yes, you see, no. That, no, get out. Ugh. Harry, you would like to know what what nutrients do the oxpeckers find in the ears of mammals? That is an odd question. I'm trying to think now, because, you know, of course they are essentially going after the ticks and parasites. And of course, you know, an ear is a much softer area for ticks and parasites to actually latch onto, as opposed to having all of those coarse hairs, which is often why you'll find them at the rear ends of animals as well, and at the genitalia, because that is softer skin for the parasites to latch onto. But I'm just wondering, you know, if it's very gross now, but I'm wondering if the oxpeckers will actually go after the earwax that they might find in the ears of animals. It's very interesting. You see, even I'm now sort of wondering about that. But definitely, of course, as I say, ticks and parasites, ears are, of course, much softer than the other parts of the body. But I know for sure I would not be able to tolerate this, any of it. Number one, I'm very ticklish, but number two, if, no. Not in the ear, not on my throat, no way. They found a ticklish spot. You can see the actual horns, the beautiful eyes that we always refer to when looking at antelope, the ears, the actual regurgitation process. And again, this is why I too often say, you know, impalas are overlooked so much and underestimated so much. Just like anything else, you know, they can be super, super fascinating. Jessica, good afternoon, and thank you so much for joining us on Escape to Nature. You would like to know, why do antelopes have ridges on their horns? So, of course, you know, antelopes do spar. Often you'll see impalas, kudus, a lot of the other antelope, like nyalas as well. They will go through what we call sparring, which is fighting with the horns. So, again, you know, our human interpretation about this is it's them perhaps having better grip on the horns when they are in fact sparring. There's no real scientific facts or research behind it, you know, to prove that it's for this reason or for that reason. To our human knowledge, it's most probably just for gripping when they are sparring with one another. Oh, this is so cool. I apologize for the silence. It's just, I personally haven't had a sighting like this ever. Not on an actual safari or on any of the dam camps. This is super cool to do. Because generally you know, the oxpeckers will do it. But this impala is just being so patient. Oyster Catcher, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. I know you often join us for Penguin Beach. You would like to know, where do oxpeckers lay their eggs? So generally it's in a hole in a tree, like you'll find with starlings and with kingfishers and hornbills, like the yellow-billed hornbills that we've seen, the red-billed hornbills. So it's generally in a tree hole, and you know, it can really be anything from 1 meter to like 15 meters above the ground, as long as it's, of course, you know, protected. And the interesting thing with them is, even though they are monogamous, again, you know, to our human knowledge and interpretation, they do in fact help one another with the nest sites. So let's say there's a couple, they'll have very supportive friends that help them create their little nest. And they can actually use that nest several times. They don't just use it once. But yes, generally it's in a tree, or in a hole in a tree. Confused myself almost there. And then generally they'll lay anything from 2 to 5 eggs. But of course, you know, that can always differ, as we've seen with birds, like with the Egyptian geese. You know, sometimes they just lay 2 eggs, sometimes they perhaps lay more and we just don't see it, and you know, that gets eaten by something else.
Hello, my name is Melanie and I'm sitting in freezing cold Hobart, Tasmania, which is a small island off the coast of Australia. I became an explorer for Wild Earth quite a number of years ago when they first advertised the positions. I'm so excited about winning the Rockfig prize, which will be in Medicway, and I cannot wait to have that adventure. And I thank the organisers so much for this opportunity.
You see, like that now. I wonder if he actually tastes something. Because, of course, you know, those black spots are metatarsal glands. It's actual scent glands that are giving off pheromones, whether they are being hunted or chasing females or challenging other males. So I wonder if he smells his own pheromones. She's my guy. You are really making sure you look perfect for something. Or maybe he's just got a rash. He's a bit itchy. Oh, but that was absolutely amazing. And as always, thank you for our Zoomies as well for always helping us out here at Djuma Dam Cam. Or with Djuma Dam Cam, I should rather say. But we'll keep an eye out and see what else is going to come along and happen. Hopefully something. But in the meantime, I'm going to send you over to Amakhala with Andrew.
Thanks very much, Lisa. Sounds like you're having quite an interesting time with those impalas. Nice. So we have made our way to the eastern side of the nest where we normally park, and we're just keeping an eye on the secretary birds, seeing what they're busy with and what they're up to. A little bit of movement here and there, but for the most part it seems like they are quite stationary. A little bit sleepy. So I'm hoping the adults are going to arrive while we're here, because yesterday we did quite a long little period of time with them, and the adults never arrived with anything while we were live, that is. So we're hoping that they come and give them a little bit of water, as we've been seeing, the dribbling of water, and then often returning with some rodents, I'm sure striped field mice, possibly some flay rats, and so on. Haven't seen them feed a snake for a while. Hey Melanie, that's a nice comment, thank you. Yeah, I hope to see them fledge as well. I think I might just miss it. I think BK and Rolf will probably get to witness that. But you never know. I mean, these chicks are quite old now, and we would have thought that they had fledged already. I remember I gave my estimations to be around Christmas and New Year, and we've gone past that mark now, and they still look like they're quite content in there. But you never know. Not sure when I'll be back on Amakhala. But you never know. Can't ever rule these things out. I was having a chat to Wesley the other day, who's doing big studies with secretary birds, and he was actually saying that probably because of the amount of food availability that there is being quite high, there's no real reason for these chicks to leave and stay a little bit longer, and that way they're going to get a little bit bigger, and it's just going to increase their chances of surviving when they do fledge. But we're definitely heading towards that phase. So I have mentioned before that the estimated time for fledging is around between 8 and 10 weeks. So I'm unsure exactly how old these chicks are, but judging by the size, I mean, they are probably around about 8 weeks already, if not a little bit more. So there's a little bit of movement there. There's visual of at least 2 of them that I can see. You see 3 of them. Okay, so BK can see 3. Good show. So roll call complete. All 3 are quite fine, happy, looking very healthy. And they must be feeling the heat there. It's totally exposed, not much of a breeze going. Sure, Vincent, that's quite a tough question you're asking me there. So I'm not 100% sure. I'll just give it a think. I mean, they do have competitors out there. So I'm wondering if, raptors would ever harm a full-grown secretary bird like a crown eagle. I'm sure ground predators, most definitely, if they can get a hold of one, they'll definitely take the opportunity and try. But they do face a lot of competition out here, and on Amakhala there's a fair amount of crows, quite a good population of them, and it's going to be the pie crow and the Cape crow, very, very good in numbers out here. And then we also see the white-necked raven. So they have been known to be extremely competitive birds, especially amongst other birds. So I think that's probably going to be one of their biggest challenges, is to try and outcompete with the crows. Now the crows aren't going to harm adults, but most definitely will harass them and mob them from time to time. And I think that's the prime reason why we don't see too many crowned hornbills out here. I think the competition is just too much with the crows for them. Yeah, so I was mentioning earlier, there wasn't much of a breeze, but I feel it now. It's starting to pick up quite a bit now. I think it's going to help them quite a bit in terms of just cooling down. But as you can see, they're extremely exposed over there. There's no roof over their head. So they really do have to battle the elements. But they are tough, they're very strong, and they're definitely adapted for the environments in which they occur.
If anyone is out on drive,
I think the shepherding process is going to be very interesting, and this is where the secretary birds will fledge, and then that shepherding process commences, where the adults will just scout with them in the bush and show them a few things here or there. I'm not sure how long that shepherding process is going to take, as I have mentioned that there's actually very little research and very little known about secretary birds. So a lot still needs to be documented with them. And I think it's great that we have been so exposed to these secretary birds that we can watch them do things that maybe hasn't been documented yet before. Definitely a contribution to the survival of them. Because most definitely, if you know something well enough, then you can adequately protect them. If you don't know much about a certain species of animals, then how are they to be protected? Now, just in terms of their numbers, according to what I've read, they are on the vulnerable / endangered status. So they're not very common birds at all. It's also quite nice how they blend in there. So we are almost at eye level with them, and we can barely even make out that there's something in there. So you can imagine if this tree was a little bit taller, we would really battle, and it's debatable if anybody would have seen them. I would just love to know how deep this nest is. Apparently it goes down quite a few foot.
Sorry about that. We'll try to get you back to Andrew and his chickadees as soon as we can. I honestly can't believe how fast those chicks. I don't think we can even call them chicks anymore. How fast they have grown. They grow up so fast. And you see the animals are now slowly starting with their nonsense again. Doing their disappearing acts. But I do think it's because of this cloud cover pulling in. Of course, animals, I personally believe, animals do feel and know when weather is coming and if something is bound to happen. I'm sure you've seen with your domestic cats or dogs or whatever you may have at home, you know, as soon as, and some animals, you know, it doesn't phase at all. Like our one dog, it doesn't phase at all. But my late Cocker Spaniel hated the weather. And long before it would even start, he knew what would come. But hopefully, before the end of Escape to Nature, we will have a big herd of elephants with lots of babies coming. Look at the terrapins. At least they are sticking around for us. I think they are such fascinating creatures. Of course, just trying to, well, I don't know if they're really succeeding with the clouds coming and going constantly. But just trying to get some heat. So the two terrapins on the left are having a bit of a gossip session about the one on the right. I wonder if animals are really that petty. if they ever judge each other or, talk about each other. Because surely they have disputes and tantrums amongst each other, but it's most probably not a thing of Susan ate my mosquito, so I don't like her anymore, or whatever the case is. Just want to see if our elephant is... Ooh! Hi, I was just about to see if you are still around there in the back at the tree line. If it is you, maybe it's a different one. This light is not great with a cloud cover. I think it's the same one from earlier. But what are you eating? This is very interesting. I need the sun. This cloud cover is literally just in such a place now that you cannot see exactly what it is eating or smelling or whatever you're doing. But yes, it is our same Ellie from earlier on. Our Heffalumpi. And as they do, he follows the game path. Of course, that is much more comfortable. He doesn't have to go over the rocks. Of course, they can go over the rocks. It's not impossible, but why would you want to walk on rocks if there is a bit of a smoother road for you? Alexa, you are saying that elephants have a very majestic walk. Yes, it's actually very interesting, with something like an elephant or with giraffes. They are these massive animals, and yet they do it so elegantly and so gentle when they do walk, or even elephants not as much as when they run, but giraffes when they are running, it seems like something that is happening in slow-mo. But no, elephants definitely. I mean, you don't have to convince me about anything wonderful about elephants. They are just my absolute favorite. Does not matter what they are doing, in which location we see them. I absolutely love and adore them. And I think I always have. Michelle, you are still playing along and you are saying Buster Gemsbok is a rowan antelope. Yes! Ding! And for those of you that also got it correct, I'm sure Darcy Miller, Lorraine, the rest of you that were and have been playing along the whole time. Thank you so much. It is indeed a rowan antelope. And yes, it has been a wonderful day full of interesting quizzes and Afrikaans names. And as always, I'm just having so much fun with all of you. Just trying to make sure, but I don't see a foal amongst these zebras. Therefore, someone has to be pregnant. And if you would like to have your baby with us on Escape to Nature, we can give you all the exclusivity in the world. Come to the waterhole. Do it now and have so many watch you do it. I don't know if that would be encouraging for me to have to have my zebra baby on camera. So I think we'll probably do our second last, or our last Afrikaans animal name for the day on Escape to Nature. Are you ready? It is a swartkop wielewaal. Say that 3 times fast. Swartkop wielewaal, swartkop wielewaal, swartkop. Oh, it actually rolls off the tongue. You can make like a song. I saw a swartkop wielewaal, chickie chom. No. You see, I should I should get out more. Alrighty, my good people. But I'm going to send you back to Andrew, and then I will keep watching this beautiful elephant's rear end. But let's go to Andrew in Amakhala.
Alright, we are still watching these secretary birds at the moment, and yeah, they are very, very sleepy and still at the moment, which yeah, I guess is forgivable given the situation as it is here, nice and warm. But I'm hoping these adults are going to arrive shortly with some water. I think it's definitely in the hot part of the day now. Not sure if any of you managed to see that video that's actually going viral at the moment, that's on YouTube, of that secretary bird that's going after Cape Cobra and how it kicks this Cape Cobra to death in order to eat it. But very interesting footage. The amounts of kicks in the amount of time is so quick, and you can't believe it. And I can see how snakes, they're really going to battle when secretary birds are going after them. Unless they can get into a hole or behind a log or something like that, it's almost as if they have no chance. And secretary birds being built in every way for going after snakes. Nice long legs, nice thick scales on the legs, protect them against some snake bite. And then speed in their kick. Anna, good question. Thanks for that. So birds have got a unique way of regulating their temperature. So often if you ever see birds in the heat of the day, or if it's very hot, you find that they'll fly and walk around with their beaks open. And they do have a membrane within the mouth. And if they're able to warm that up, then they're able to warm their body. But also if they can cool that membrane down, then it's going to cool down their body quite well. They can't sweat or anything like that. And so definitely they've got their own unique way of cooling. It's called panting. But definitely given the environments where they occur, it's usually very hot. So they spend a lot of their time panting, which unfortunately does expel a lot of energy. And often enough, you know, when we see these chicks panting away, a lot of that energy is going to be put into their cooling process and not so much in the growing process. So I know Wesley, he's on the reserve, and Amakhala, Wesley Gush, he's doing some research currently as to how temperature affects the growth rate of secretary birds. And other birds we've seen while driving through reserve, we've seen them just sitting in the shade. That does help them a lot. So sitting under a tree in a nice clump of shade, it's going to help them. are very much hidden in there. We're not seeing them stand as much as what they used to. I'm not sure if you've noticed that as well. But they used to be, yeah, one of them at least used to be most of the time on its feet, you know, standing up, waiting for the adults to come so it could gobble up most of the food before the others can get it. But we're not seeing that so much anymore. What we are seeing is them sort of in this position that they're at now, just sitting down. I'm trying to think why that is, and I have noticed that the period in which the adults come here with food and water is getting quite further apart. So I think perhaps these youngsters are deciding, no, it's going to be a while before they come back. Let's just take a seat and relax. But the minute they get sight of one of the adults, they perk up quite a bit. And definitely one of them tends to stand up the most and gobbles up most of that food. There's definitely a dominant individual. If there's anything that you've noticed that I haven't pointed out, please send them along, let us know. The more we can understand what's going on here, the better. Oh, Lenny, that's very nice of you. Thank you for the best wishes. I really appreciate it. It's going to be a good leave, yeah. It's always nice to work long stints in the bush, but also it's nice to go home for a little bit and touch base with the family and my dog. Do some walks around the neighborhood with her. So thank you, Lenny. But you're going to be in good hands. Ralph, he will take over. He's actually on the back of the vehicle now. And he knows Amakhala very well as well. So you're going to be in great hands. But one thing is for sure, is when there is activity around the nest and they are in the process of fledging, I'm going to speak to Ralph and BK. They must drop me a message and say I must watch, and then I'll definitely, whatever I'm doing, I'll drop, because even though it'll be behind the screen, I don't mind. I would just like to see how they do things. How are they going to get out the nest? Are they going to fly? Are they going to climb out? Are they going to jump out? What's the story there? And then also to follow that shepherding process, because that's also a crucial time in their life. It's when they come out of the comfort of the nest and now they have to do things a little bit differently, and they're still new to it. So they have to be mentored very carefully, and then they're on their own. And they've got to try find a way to breed, find a partner, a way to breed, and also, you know, start that chapter of their life, which is reproduce. Good stuff. I believe Nick has got a beautiful giraffe out in Kariga, so let's head off there.
We've got ourselves a lovely big bull giraffe. Right out in the clearing here, scotia tree behind him, and if you look carefully then amongst the grasses in front of the giraffe, you can see we've got looks like 2 warthogs. So we talked earlier about searching for warthog for the whole day, about that female with the little piglets. This doesn't look like it's the little piglets here, but nonetheless it's amazing. Oh no, let me just move to the left here. I think it might actually be them. So we've got our 2 warthog there, and I've just seen there were some little piglets that ran to the left hand side. It's very, very windy, so they're quite skitsy, and obviously from this angle we're quite low down, so the little grasses and shrubs are in the way, but I definitely saw some little ones making their way across. can see right in the background there we've got eland as well. Just gonna stay with these warthogs for a bit longer and just see if we do get any luck with the young ones, which are proving to be harder to show you than I was hoping for. Okay, not much luck. We'll get them at another stage. The wind is definitely doing its thing, and a lot of the animals have kind of settled down. Our buffaloes that we had earlier have moved off completely. They're doing a little bit of feeding, active feeding. Our zebras have lain down, similar to this giraffe, just taking it easy. So remember yesterday we had that young giraffe that was lying down completely. Very uncharacteristic for the sort of giraffe. This is the normal posture that we see. Neck up, head up, looking around. That youngster kind of had his, almost like his chin on the ground. Very strange position. Stephen, thanks so much for the question. In terms of birds cleaning giraffes, are oxpeckers the only birds that clean them? That I know of, yes. Yeah, oxpeckers are going to be taking the ticks off, and the only ones that I know of. You see the warthogs just ran back in the background there. There has been some recordings of in Zululand of eastern nicoters taking ticks and things off of Inyala, but I haven't heard of eastern nicoter taking ticks off of a giraffe before. So no, remember there are the two different species of oxpecker. There is the red-billed oxpecker and the yellow-billed oxpecker. So the red-billed oxpecker is definitely more numerous and easier to find than the yellow-billed. Yellow-billed oxpeckers, I've generally had good luck with finding them spending time with large herds of buffalo. That's usually been where I've seen the yellow-bills. I've never seen myself a yellow-billed oxpecker on a giraffe, but it's definitely not impossible. Yeah, it is always amazing watching those oxpeckers though, doing their thing. Yeah, I quite enjoy watching those oxpeckers combing through the longer hair on top of the neck, almost the mane, if you want to call it that, of the giraffe. Yeah, I quite enjoy watching them, methodically moving through that mane from sort of the top of the head all the way down to sort of the shoulder region. remember those oxpeckers have got very sharp claws, a good foot structure for climbing up and down and across all of these animals. You know, obviously they're not just going on the giraffes, they're going on plenty of other animals. You know, I feel like, you know, we've been looking for oxpeckers, and then whenever you find your first one, then the floodgates open, they all start to come down. I'm sure in weather conditions like we've got now with these high winds, the rhinos that we saw would love to have oxpeckers on them. Remember, for the rhino, their sense of hearing is probably their most well-developed sense. And with this wind, they struggle to hear. And obviously having those oxpeckers on them, that's their early warning system if something's there, you know. If they flutter up, fly around and give that characteristic little alarm call, those rhinos will know that something's up. You know, we mentioned that the buffalo, all three senses are very good. So if it's windy like this, they can't hear too well, maybe they can just kind of switch to their eyesight. You know, remember, for the rhino, it's a little bit more difficult because their eyesight's not that well developed. You can see the giraffe we're looking at here. He's nice and relaxed now. He's obviously not too phased about the wind. He's got his back towards the wind there. Remember, he's a little bit uncomfortable. That he wanted to get a better vantage point of things, he could just stand up. So remember, it would be that rocking movement, kind of rock forwards, rock backwards and forwards again, get a bit of momentum going to help him get up, help get that large body up and moving. You can see some blesbok moving across there. Another one entering the frame. Giraffe not worried at all with these blesbok. So behind that giraffe, that prominent tree that we can see, that's a scotia tree. So between the scotia tree and the giraffe is a nice mud wallow. And possibly those rhinos that we saw earlier might have headed to that little mud wallow to have a bath there. Kelly, thanks for the question. In terms of who's got the worst kick, sure. I mean, a zebra's got a seriously powerful kick. I've heard of reports of lions attacking zebra, and you know, if the zebra, its kick connected with the skull of the lion, that there seemed to be some serious damage that was done to the lion, sort of cognitive damage. But on the other end, you look at an ostrich, and an ostrich, it's got a seriously sharp claw. You know, remember, ostriches have got two toes, one large toe to carry sort of the weight of the bird with a claw at the front there, and a smaller claw to help with balance. And I mean, if a ostrich kicks you, I'd imagine it would be powerful, but not as powerful as a zebra's kick. But I mean, it's going to lacerate you with that sharp claw. So sure, I probably would least like to get kicked by an ostrich. I'd like a zebra foal to kick me rather. But sure, that's an interesting question. I've actually never thought about that before. Yeah, I mean, you look at a zebra, the sort of the hindquarters of a zebra, and there's so much muscle in those hindquarters. You know, it's basically powering the animal when it's running away. And it's dense muscle, you know, so the power of that kick is going to be immense. I've seen zebras fighting before, male zebras fighting each other, and one landed a solid kick on the head of the other zebra, and the thud, the noise, you could just hear the amount of power that was behind it. It was incredible. But that's a creative question. Never given that one much thought before. A giraffe's kick. A giraffe, also a strong animal. You know, when things like lion are hunting giraffe, a giraffe has also got a massively powerful kick that they need to be wary of. So, you know, the trick of the trade to where most lions will run after a prey species and then jump on it. Yeah, I mean, it's been documented. They do that sometimes, but I mean, usually that's not the main tactic for taking giraffe down. Because they are so tall and they have such a powerful kick, the tactics that lions will do is they will flush a giraffe. They'll force it to run over a sort of a slippery surface, so an area of where there's lots of loose rocks, of where they might slip on the rocks and fall, or an area like the tarmac of an airstrip or something like that. Where they lose their footing, fall to the ground, the pride jumps on top of the giraffe to keep it on the ground, and one of the pride members going for the throat, which is I guess a pretty good tactic if you think about the height of the giraffe and the power of its kick. Sure, I don't know. You look at a zebra and it's a bit shorter, it's a bit stouter, it's more compact than what a giraffe is. I would take a flyer of a guess to still say a zebra's got a mean kick on it. But I'd still be very wary of that claw on the ostrich. I was watching an ostrich walking, when was it? Yesterday, I think it was. And you know, I was having a look at the foot structure, and they've got such weird legs, you know, legs and toes, you know, and feet. It's almost like prehistoric looking. It made me think of like a dodo for some reason. I'd actually love to see if we could get an ostrich walking slowly, and we could zoom in just on the legs and pan with it and have a look at the, you know, the foot structure and things like that. It's very strange, odd looking. I'm going to stick with this giraffe and weigh up his strengths and weaknesses against ostriches and zebras. But in the meantime, let's take you across to Lisa and Juma, who's got a lovely Inyala.
Thank you, Nick. It's not a Nyala, but it is a kudu. It's in fact two beautiful kudu bulls, which for me personally I don't see too often on the dam cam. Not at Gowrie Dam, at least. Where is your friend? Ooh. What is wrong? They are just absolutely stunning. I love a kudu bull. And it seems like we just have two males, two bachelors. This one is very much on edge. You can just see the second one's horns popping out to the left of this one. But what an absolutely majestic animal. And as I say, for me personally, I don't see them too often on the dam cam. So it is very, very, very special to see them like this.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
And it really is so. If you look at all of the animals we have seen today, a rhino, for instance, of course, they are grazers, so they feed on the grass. And then you go to something like a buffalo. They are also grazers, of course. But of course, they can regurgitate their food, so they don't constantly have to keep moving and eating. They are able to get as much nutrients as possible. Then the impala can be a mixed feeder. You'll see them feeding on grass as well as leaves, specifically during this season when there's so many things around. But again, they are ruminants, so they can regurgitate their food if they need to, like we saw the male earlier on that was being groomed very heavily by the oxpeckers. And then if you look at this, a kudu is a browser, but a kudu is a little bit higher because they are taller, so their feeding level is a little bit higher as opposed to an impala or a nyala even. And then if you take a giraffe, giraffes are also browsers, but they are at the top of the trees. And if that is not incredible enough, you know, for everything to just perfectly balance itself out, there's so many different mechanisms that plants themselves have. If a tree is being overbrowsed, you know, it starts producing tannin. And it sort of gives like a very bitter taste in your mouth. And the animals, of course, do taste that too. So then they start to move on and they will not overbrowse that tree. It really is so cool when you think about everything we've seen today. So many different species, so many different interactions, and you know, the way they help each other and coexist. Motsusi, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us on our Quizmania for Escape to Nature. So our previous and last quiz for the day for the Afrikaans animal names was Swartkop Willewal. And you say it is a black-headed oriole. Sheesh, off the bat you got it correct. Well done. That's a very good, I don't know if you guessed it or just knew it. But thank you so much for playing along. And of course, thank you to everyone that has played along today. As always, you guys really make my day when you when you humor me and play along with all of these interesting things. But it really is interesting when you start to sort of look at all of the animals and they're different. For me personally, something I've learned today from my app, my bird app, is it's got at least 5 different languages when it comes to the bird names. And what I've seen repetitively, it's got English, Afrikaans, German, French, and then Dutch as well. And then every now and again, here and there, you will also have Portuguese and different languages. So even I learned something today about my about my bird app. But definitely again about the animals as well. I think, shall we do a last one? Yes, let's just because we can and because we like having fun, let's do... Oh my goodness, that's an interesting one. All right, just give me a second so I can just give you all the spelling of the next one as well. This might be a tricky one. I'm not sure. It might be very simple, but because it's going to be one word, it might be a little bit tricky. And off they go. Alright, our last one for the day. Da-da-da. Is A. Kommetjie gat muis hond. What is this? A kommetjie gat muis hond. I don't even want to try directly translate that. It's I can tell you though that muishond means mouse dog, but I don't know if that's going to be any help to you. But what is a kommetjie gat muishond? Gemma, oh, that is such a beautiful comment. You are saying you love the Afrikaans word quiz, and it's so much fun to learn. Thank you. As I say, I myself have also learned today, just from the different terms that you find in other languages as well. It's always good to learn, not just about languages, but about animals. Oh, and just look at this tiny one in comparison to the other one. But thank you, Gemma. I appreciate that. And I really appreciate all of you always playing along and joining in the fun. It really is so cool that you guys are just enjoying it with me. These lapwings seem like they are going to do a dance number for us now. Everybody, get your feathers ready. And a 1, and a 2, and a 3. No, come now. You in the middle. Well, that's nice. It's a good trick, but you should be you should be dancing. There we go. Just want to try one last time. See if I can find our woodlands kingfisher, or as I like to refer to them apparently, a fish finger. Because in Afrikaans you call it a visvanger. And I've often, more than once, actually caught myself calling them a fish finger instead of a kingfisher. It is a starling. Starling. And I believe we have our final answer for today's Afrikaans animal quiz. Yolandi, you are saying a kommetjie gat muishond is a marsh mongoose. And you would be very much correct in saying so. And of course, if you also got it correct, congratulations. If you did not, so what? You learned something. It's all about the fun. But again, thank you so much, as always, for playing along. And yes, you guys are really good sports. I just appreciate all of you so much. But it has been a super duper day. We've seen a lot of incredible things. Ooh, it's an impala. Let's ask him how his date or interview went. No, seriously, you can't still be getting groomed. This must be someone very important you are meeting, or perhaps they are now just doing the final touches for you. We really had a very cool, I think that was my favorite sighting today, believe it or not, was when we saw this impala being groomed by I think 8 oxpeckers at once. And luckily it was right underneath the dam cam, so we could see every hair on his body, how the oxpeckers are combing through. But of course, it has, as always, been a very, very awesome, special day with all of you on Escape to Nature. We've seen some rhinos, elephants, lions, secretary bird. Jeez, I have to wrap my brain around everything we've seen. Impala, kudus, oryx, zebras. Not a lot of springbok, but we did see some of them. But yes, please do join us again tomorrow. Same time, same place. As we always love hearing from you with your questions, your comments, suggestions, and of course today, all of your answers. I really, really, really appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. You guys are really a lot of fun to play with and to quiz with. And as I say, don't always feel like you should just be answering me. Please do challenge me as well, and all of the other naturalists as well. We love hearing from all of you, and we love learning ourselves as well, and being educated as well. But we're going to take one last look-see around, just to make sure no one else is popping up at the beautiful Gowrie Dam. No last minute visitors, but that is completely okay because we have had an absolute awesome day. Have seen some incredible things, have had some good laughs. I myself have had a good laugh again at our very own Afrikaans language. But again, thank you to nature. It interacting with all of you, and as I say, it's such a privilege knowing that we have one thing and that is our love and our passion for wildlife. So thank you for being wildlife enthusiasts with all of us. Please do stay tuned for Penguin Beach, and of course from myself, Lisa, from Andrew, and as well as Nick. Have a beautiful day. See you tomorrow.
And good afternoon to our viewers, and welcome to Betty's Bay Stony Point Nature Reserve.